Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
You may be seated. Thank you. All right, so we are here again today to continue the trial of the matter of State of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. The adjournment yesterday, the defendant, Mr. Valle, was on the stand. So I would ask Mr. Valle at this time to please take his place on the stand. Counsel, if you'd please place your appearances on the record for purposes of today's record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Dorso for the State of Connecticut.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tatiana Messina for the State of Connecticut.
Mr. Valle, come up, have a seat. I just want to remind you, you do remain under the obligations of the oath that you took when you first entered the stand. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kevin Smith for the defendant, Mr. Valle.
Good morning. Is there anything that needs to be addressed by the court before bringing the jury in this morning?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. So, Attorney Smith, you were in the middle of your direct examination. I'll leave it to you or defer to you as to whether or not you would like to be standing at the podium or take the podium at the time the jury presents.
I'll go ahead and take the podium now, Your Honor.
So I just want to address with the attorneys before we bring the jury in. I do intend to first give the jurors an idea of what the schedule looks like, and I just want to make sure that I confirm that with all of you. So it's my understanding that informal conference, we left it at today. We will complete, I believe, the state's case. So I anticipate the state will rest sometime today. Does the defense, does the state anticipate any rebuttal?
At this time, no, Your Honor.
All right. So if, in fact, there is no rebuttal, then we would be off tomorrow. So there would not be any court session tomorrow on this particular trial. And then I would anticipate we would have closing arguments as well as the court's jury charge on Wednesday. Thursday. And so that would be July 3rd. We can conduct the charging conference on the record in the morning on the 3rd as well. And then obviously no court on the 4th. Deliberations, I would assume, would at least be able to start on Thursday the 3rd. And if we need to go into extra days, the next time we would reconvene would be on July 7th, which would be the following Monday. So that's the schedule that I'm going to provide the jury. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. jury, welcome back. Good morning. Thank you. I would ask counsel to please stipulate to the return of the jurors.
The state will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense will stipulate, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the proceedings, I just wanted to give you an idea of what the anticipated schedule is going to look like, because I'm trying to keep you informed. I know that I said I would do that. Sometimes it's a bit difficult, and I apologize. However, I anticipate that today the defense will rest. I do not know whether or not we'll have any rebuttal on behalf of the state. I don't anticipate any at this time. That could change. So I do believe today will not be a full day, perhaps a half day at best of evidence. Once the evidence closes, of course, you still need to hear the closing arguments as well as the jury instructions as to how to apply the law to the facts you find as the jurors. In this particular case, we will not be in session tomorrow, so there would not be court for this trial tomorrow. That would bring us to July 3rd for closing arguments, the jury charge to you, and then the commencement of your deliberations at that point in time. We are not in session on July 4th, so if additional time is needed, and you'll be told that you'll take as much time as you need for your deliberations. So if additional time is needed, then we would be back to reconvene with deliberations on Monday, July 7th. Okay, until, of course, and it would be day to day until, of course, the jury indicates to the court that they are done with their deliberations. Okay, so I just wanted to give that information to you now, so that if we have a morning recess and you need to reach out and adjust your schedules at all, you'll have an ability to do that, and you know what the rest of the week looks like. So thank you so much. All right, with that, when we adjourned yesterday, Mr. Valle was on the stand for his direct examination on behalf of the defense. I am going to, at this point in time, direct Attorney Smith to continue on with that direct examination. Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Valle. I'm going to remind you again, you've got to keep your voice up. You are soft-spoken. We are competing with the fans, but everybody's got to hear you, okay?
Yes.
Okay. So yesterday when we were here and we left off, I believe you had taken us to the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were describing for us the scene there on that front lawn as you and Mr. De Silva walked up to a group of individuals that had come out of the house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that you had told us just shortly before we dispersed for the day that you thought there were about 10 people facing you and about 10 people facing Mr. De Silva. Do you recall that?
Yes, but I'd say it was around 50 kids altogether.
50 kids all together?
Yes.
Were you counting them? How can you be sure that there were 50 kids?
I wasn't able to see behind them because there were so many people.
It felt to you like there were 50 kids?
Yes.
But you weren't counting 50 kids?
No.
Do you recall how many kids, do you recall yesterday you had described for us that there were essentially two groups that started to form, one that was dealing more with Mr. De Silva and one that was dealing more with you?
Yes.
And how far away were you from Mr. De Silva at that point?
Once the two groups started forming, it was hard to say how far Tyler was from me. I want to say 5-6 feet.
Okay. And you had described that he was trying to have some sort of a conversation with somebody that he was dealing with. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you trying to have a conversation with anybody? What were you doing at that point?
Yes. I was trying to have a conversation with Ryan Hines.
Ryan Hines was one of the people that was facing you?
Yes.
How many other people do you remember that you were dealing with in the group that was facing you?
After they separated into two groups, I want to say there was around 25 to 20 people just on me.
And where were they positioned?
At first, they were just in front. And then once they made the two separate groups, they were on both sides and in front of me.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, thank you.
And I put back up there for us State's Exhibit 52 behind you on the easel. do you recall standing as this group starts to form around you?
I want to say around this area.
Did you see anybody around the red bush?
There was people everywhere.
Could you see anybody moving around behind the red bush?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. When you described being surrounded by this group that's facing you, were there some kids that were dealing with you more directly than the larger group?
Once they separated us into two groups, everyone was saying stuff.
You described interacting with Ryan Hines.
Yes.
Was he separate from the larger group in some way that you were dealing directly with him? Tell us how that worked.
He was just the person that I was talking to. There was people shoulder to shoulder with him, right next to him, on my sides, but he was the one that I started talking to directly.
Was he closest to you?
They were all the same distance from me.
How far away from you were they?
Not even a foot.
That close to you?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness to demonstrate with me what he was experiencing at that point.
If the witness is comfortable demonstrating, that's fine. Just please keep it in the well. Thank you.
Will you come down here, Mr. Valle, please?
Please, if there's going to be any statements, just make sure that you're keeping your voice up so the microphones can catch your statements. Thank you.
If I'm you, where is Ryan Hines?
Right here.
And is Ryan Hines as the same size as you?
At the time, I was a very small kid. I grew a lot since then.
And you're Ryan Hines. What is he doing?
First, we're just talking.
At some point, does he do something else?
Yes.
What?
After he starts yelling, I stuck my hand out as I was backing up from everybody, and he smacks my hand out.
Where were the other people that you've said were around him?
To my sides, in front of me, everywhere.
What did you do when he smacked your hand down?
I started slowly backing up even before that, and I continued to try and back up.
Take a stand, please. As you began to try to back up, what happened at that point?
I got hit.
Where did you get hit?
It was the side of my head, I want to say, but I couldn't really tell where.
And when you say it was the side of your head, could you tell which side?
I only found out after.
And how were you feeling at that point?
Everything just went black.
When you say everything went black, what's the next thing that you remember?
My face was in the ground.
Could you see where Tyler DeSilva was? What could you see?
Just the ground. And people were just stomping and kicking and punching everywhere.
Did you have the knife in your hand at that point?
No,
Where was the knife?
it was in my pocket.
Could you see any way to escape?
No.
Did you try to get up?
Yeah.
Could you get up?
No.
Why not?
There was just so many people hitting me. And just everywhere.
What could you hear?
They were yelling and just, it was so weird. They were just yelling like, I can't even describe it.
Did you hear anyone say, "Yes, sir"?
I heard a whole bunch of things I can't. That's a good thing.
Could you hear anything from Mr. DeSilva?
No.
Could you see the vehicle that you had arrived in, Jack Snyder's car?
No.
Could you see any way to make an escape from your position? Where were the other people that were kicking you, as you've described it?
All around me, on top of me, behind me.
Could you see who was on top of you?
No.
Could you tell what the person or persons that were on top of you were doing?
Hitting me,
Where were they hitting you?
my head, the back of my head, kicking like the front of my face, my ribs, everywhere.
Did you get the sense that they were going to let you up and let you go? What did you do at that point?
I went to cover my head in like a fetal position.
Did that seem to have any effect? What did you hope would happen if you went into the fetal position?
That they would stop.
Did they stop?
They did not.
Put us there on that lawn with you in the fetal position. What were you feeling?
Hopeless, scared, terrified,
Why hopeless?
because they just weren't stopping.
How were you feeling physically?
Hurt,
What hurt?
everything.
Did you lose consciousness?
After the first hit, yeah.
What happened next?
As I was in the fetal position, covering the sides of my head and the top of my head with my forehead into the dirt, I was almost like hunched over, and I reached in my pocket and grabbed the knife.
What were you thinking when your hand touched that knife?
It felt like the only thing that would help me.
What were you seeing at that point around you?
My face was in the dirt. I couldn't really see. I just felt nothing changed.
Could you see Tyler De Silva?
No.
Could you hear Tyler De Silva?
No.
What could you hear?
Still just the same screaming. That's it.
Did the group give any indication that they were going to stop or let you up?
No.
What happened next?
After I took the knife out of my pocket, I started waving and just stabbing in every direction, just flailing my arm around.
Could you tell if you'd hit anything? Did that seem to have any effect on the attack?
No, it made me more scared.
Why did it make you more scared?
Because it didn't change what they were doing, and it didn't stop them from doing anything.
Were they still kicking you?
Yeah.
Was someone still on top of you?
Yeah, there were so many people on top of me.
Were you able to get up at that point?
No.
What happened next?
I kept flailing my arm around, just trying to get them away from me.
Were you aiming for anyone?
No.
Were you aiming for Ryan Hines?
No.
You weren't trying to kill Ryan Hines?
No.
What about Tommy Connery? You stabbed him 4 times in the leg. What were you trying to do to Tommy Connery?
Get them away from me.
Did there come a time when it was just you and Ryan Hines fighting one-on-one?
No.
Did there come a time when Tommy Connery separated you from Ryan Hines and was just there with you one-on-one, standing up?
No.
Where were you the entire time you were flailing? How were you feeling while you were flailing around with that knife?
More scared than before. Terrified. Just, it didn't make them stop even though I was flailing around a knife.
Could you tell how many people were around you at that point?
No.
What happened next?
It's in flashes, but I just remember getting shoved into the car.
Did there come a point where you were able to stand up? How did you get shoved to the car?
I remember while I was in the fetal position and like flailing my arm around, I like rolled on the back of my heels and tried to jump backwards.
Tried to jump backwards?
Yeah.
Can you show us what you're talking about? You come down here for the jurors.
Yeah. So I was like this,
Okay.
and I tried to get to my heels to like push myself backwards.
What happened?
It didn't work.
What do you mean it didn't work?
There was people behind me, and there was nowhere to move.
Were there people over top of you?
Yeah.
What do you remember that being like?
Chaotic and scared.
Take the stand again, please. So there came a time when you were able to stand up. Do you recall that?
No, I just remember somehow I got thrown into the car.
You got thrown into the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you see Tyler De Silva at that point?
At one point, when I was at the car, I looked over and I saw Tyler De Silva.
And what did you see Tyler De Silva doing?
He was also on the ground getting beat on.
Could you tell how many people were beating him while he was on the ground?
I can't give a number.
And do you recall how many people were around you when you got shoved into the car, as you've described it?
As soon as I looked back, the first thing I was looking for was Tyler.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that had just been attacking you?
Yeah,
Where were they?
right on the edge of the lawn on the curb, somewhere on the street going back.
Did you see Ryan Hines anywhere?
No,
Did you know Tommy Connery before this?
no,
Did you know Ryan Hines before this?
no,
Did you know Faison Teal before this?
no,
Did you know Jimmy McGrath before this?
no.
You say you remember getting shoved to the car. Did you make it to the car eventually?
Yeah.
And what did you do when you were at the car?
As soon as I looked for Tyler, and I saw him getting beat on,
What was Jack Snyder doing?
nothing.
Did he say anything when you went to the car?
I didn't even open the car door all the way.
Why didn't you just get in that car and leave?
I saw my best friend, and somebody that I loved. Nobody was helping him.
How did you feel?
It was still terrifying. But I couldn't just let him be there alone. I felt like I had to save him.
Did you think that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you if you went back in there?
Objection as to what Jack Snyder was going to do.
Did you have any indication that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you?
No.
You didn't open that door at that point and take out that knife and then go back and stab those 4 kids.
No.
You already had that knife when you'd been attacked on the lawn the first time.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Positive.
You weren't upset that you had been attacked and went back to get that knife? Had you known about that knife being in the car prior to that evening?
No.
When you got back to that car, you didn't get back into the car, right? Why didn't you just go running off back down the street, back down Farmhouse Lane or down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse?
Well, I just couldn't leave town.
Why not?
He was my best friend. Looked at him like his brother. Like, what kind of man would I to just leave him there?
What did you worry might happen to him if you left him?
If he was in the same situation as me, I thought it was.
I'm gonna object. It calls for speculation as to what would happen to Tyler.
Sustained.
What were you worried about if you left and ran down to the end of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
That Tyler wouldn't have made it out of there.
What happened next?
I found myself right on the edge of the grass and the curb.
How did you get there?
I just remember being there. I think I ran over.
What did you see when you got there?
Just another wall of people.
Did you see Tyler Da Silva?
No.
Did you cross paths with Tyler Da Silva?
Yeah.
You say another wall of people. Did you see Mr. Hines, who had been on top of you before?
I think so.
Did you recognize any other people that you saw there?
I saw a lot of people I didn't recognize, but I saw Matt Lockovich.
How did you know Matt Lockovich?
I seen him at other parties before.
Did you go to school with Matt Lockovich?
I did not.
Do you know if he was older or younger than you or the same age?
I believe we were the same age.
Are you and Matt Lockovich the same size?
No. He was way bigger than me.
How did you feel at that moment?
Felt like the same thing was gonna happen again.
Why didn't you just turn around and run back to the car?
There was no way I was gonna be able to turn my back on that many people.
Why not?
I was just, there was no way to turn around without them really about to hit me or knock me down or something.
Did they give any indication that they were backing off?
No.
Did they start to back away from you as you stepped onto the lawn?
No, they stepped closer.
Where did you see people?
It was almost like a U, but wider.
Like a horseshoe?
Yeah.
Were there people to your right?
Yeah.
Were there people in front of you?
Yeah.
Did they give you any indication that they were just going to let you go?
No.
What did they do?
They stepped closer, and then I got hit.
You got hit?
Yeah.
Who hit you?
Came from the left side. I don't know exactly who hit me.
Where did they hit you?
In the right side of my head.
What did they hit you with?
I don't know. I think their hand.
How many people?
I don't know. As soon as they hit me, I fell, and I swung.
You told us before that you were wearing slides that night.
Yeah.
Were you still wearing the slides at this point?
No.
What happened to the slides?
They were gone. Just in my socks.
Was it wet on the grass that night?
Yes.
What else do you recall about being hit?
I I just remember immediately after I got hit and fell, I swung.
What were you swinging at?
Anything.
What were you aiming for?
Anybody who was coming at me.
Did Matt Lockovich hit you?
I couldn't see who hit me.
Did Jimmy McGrath hit you?
I couldn't see who hit me.
When you swung that knife, did you feel it hit something?
No.
How were you feeling when you swung that knife?
Immediately after I swung, and I had one knee on the ground, I slipped, and I saw behind me.
What did you see behind you?
There was like a little hole, and I tried to jump and run away.
A little hole where?
So I swung, and like I threw my whole body into it, and I slipped on the grass while my knee was down and faced backwards.
You're not asked the witness to come down and demonstrate this again. I think it's a little hard for me to understand what's described.
If the witness feels comfortable doing that, do you feel comfortable getting out of the witness box and demonstrating?
Yeah.
All right. Just again, please make sure to keep your voices up. I want to make sure that we capture any statements on the record.
You've described in your answers an interaction that I find hard to follow. I want you to show us what you mean by swinging, your knee going back. Demonstrate, please, for us what this is.
So, sitting here, Matt Lockovich, like this, everybody like this, and then you hit me. And I'm like this.
Okay.
And I swung. After I swung, I ended up like this. I was facing backwards.
When you say you're facing backwards, which way are you facing now? Towards the road or towards the house?
There's the road.
What did you do next?
I was on my hands and knees and I tried to jump up.
Did you go to stab anybody else?
No.
Did you go to stab Mr. McGrath?
No.
You went to jump up?
Yeah.
Did something prevent you from being able to jump up, or did you succeed in jumping up?
As soon as I jumped up, I got hit again.
Where did you get hit?
On the left side of my head.
Do you know who hit you?
I believe it was Faison too.
Why do you believe it was Faison Teal?
Because I remember seeing the big dark color on.
What did you do next?
I fell on the pavement.
In the street or on the curb?
In the street.
You say you fell on the pavement. What did you feel?
I scraped my hands on the floor.
Where?
On the pavement.
Where did you scrape your hands? The tops, the bottoms, the fingers? Your palms?
Yes.
How are you feeling at that point emotionally?
Scared.
Why?
I know once I was on the floor again, there's a chance that they could all surround me again.
Could you see Tyler DeSilva?
No.
Could you see the car that Jack Snyder was driving?
At that point, no.
What did you do next?
I tried to lunge myself up again. And then I dove towards the car.
Where were the kids that had been in the lawn prior?
In the road now.
Following you?
Yeah.
What happened next?
I got in the car.
Where did you get in the car?
The passenger seat.
Front? Rear?
Front.
Different than the seat you had been in when you went down to the house?
Yes.
Why did you get into the front passenger seat?
I was right there and I just wanted to get in as quick as possible.
Where was Tyler DeSilva?
At that point, he was not in the car.
Could you see where Tyler DeSilva was?
No.
What did Jack Snyder do?
He tried to drive off.
Without Tyler DeSilva in the car?
Yeah.
How did you feel when Jack Snyder did that?
I screamed and told him to wait.
Did there come a point when Tyler DeSilva got in the car?
Yeah.
Did you have the knife in your hand at this point?
No.
You put it back in your pocket.
No.
What did you do with the knife?
When I scraped my hands on the floor, the knife was on the floor.
The knife was on the floor?
Yes.
You're saying floor. You would agree there is no floor outside where you've been. What do you mean by floor?
The pavement.
Did you see where it went?
No.
Did you try to pick it back up?
No.
Why not?
I just wanted to get to the car.
Did you see Tyler DeSilva with the knife when he got into the car?
I didn't really look back.
When Tyler DeSilva got into the car, did you see him then?
Yeah.
What did he look like?
His face was destroyed. He was holding his head in his hands.
Was he bleeding?
Yes.
Where?
All over his face. And it was blood dripping down.
What was he doing?
He was holding his head and screaming.
In pain?
And in anger.
Anger at the kids in the yard?
No.
Anger at you?
No.
Anger at who?
Jen.
Can we see Exhibit 60, please? Do we have it? Sorry, I'll grab it. We're going to watch Exhibit 60 here, Mr. Valle. Can we just see the normal version? Young man, approach your side. Mr. Valle, you would agree that that video does not show the initial punch that you've described to the side of your face when the groups were standing up initially, correct?
Yes.
But you did see there at least one fight that's going on the ground, correct?
Yes.
That's not you, is it? Who's that?
Tyler DeSilva.
What was going on while we see Tyler DeSilva being beaten on the ground there before we see you back at the car?
I was getting beat on.
Could you see yourself in that video?
In the beginning, you can see people hitting and attacking, but you can't see me.
Is that the splitting up of the two groups that you've described?
Yes.
One stayed to, as we look at that, the left of the screen, and one went over to the right of the screen?
Yes.
And as this video ends, we see a figure that's on the far right of the frame, but we don't see you, correct?
Yes.
Where was that figure standing in relation to the U or horseshoe shape that you've described?
On the end.
On the, when you say the end, what do you mean?
On the end of the horseshoe.
Was there somebody to that person's left?
Yes.
Was there somebody across the way from that person behind you?
Yes.
Did you know who that person was that was on the far right that we can see there at the end of the frame?
No.
Do you know now that that's a person named Jimmy McGrath?
Yeah.
You did not know him that evening. You described getting back into Jack Snyder's car. Tyler Silva gets into the car. How were you feeling physically as you're sitting there in the car?
I was in a lot of pain.
Pain where?
My head. And the main thing I was noticing was my ribs.
What happened next? Did Mr. Snyder leave? Did you remain there in that place?
As soon as Tyler jumped in the back of the car, he instantly took off. We started driving.
Did you know where he was going at that point? Did you care where he was going at that point?
No, I just wanted to get out of there.
And where did Jack Snyder drive the car?
He was just driving straight. And then at one point I told him to stop the car.
Why did you tell him to stop the car?
I wanted to check my ribs.
You wanted to check your ribs?
Yeah.
Why couldn't you check your ribs just sitting there in the seat?
Because I wasn't able to stand up and look at my whole body.
Did he stop the car?
Yes.
What did you do?
Opened the door, immediately got out and used the car light, lifted up my shirt.
Used what car light?
Like, as soon as you open the door, the car light turns on. I was facing the car, right in where the door turns, lifted up my shirt, looked at myself, and then jumped back in the car.
I want to be sure we understand this. When you say you're using the car light, do you mean the interior car light or the headlights on the car?
Interior car light.
So you're facing into the interior of the car?
Yes.
And what do you do?
Lift up my shirt and look at myself.
And what did you see?
A whole bunch of bruises, but it felt way worse than what it looked like.
As you're standing there, did you take the knife out of your pocket and throw it into the woods?
I didn't have the knife at that point.
You didn't have the knife at that point.
No.
Where was the knife?
To my understanding, it was on the pavement back over at 43 Laurel Glen.
Did you make a plan to go back and get the knife?
No.
Why not?
I didn't want to go anywhere near that house.
Did Jack Snyder indicate to you that he wanted his knife back?
No.
What happened after you got out of the vehicle and used the interior light to inspect your midsection?
It lasted like a second or two, and I jumped back in the car.
And what happened after you jumped back in the car?
Jack started driving.
Did you know where he was going?
No.
How were you feeling at that point?
Still terrified and shocked. And I looked down and I was shaking.
What was Tyler De Silva doing?
He was still screaming at Jack and holding his head.
What was Jack Snyder doing?
Nothing.
Did there come a time when the car stopped again?
Yes.
Did you recognize where you were at that point?
No. I just saw a car I recognized, which was Mackenzie's sister's car.
Who is Mackenzie's sister?
Madison Traficante.
Okay. And where was that you saw her car?
I just remember seeing it in the street.
Was that a street that you recognized from earlier in the evening, or was this somewhere else?
I can't remember. I just remember seeing the car and instantly wanting to get out and go in that car.
And what did Jack Snyder do at that point?
Stop the car and let me out.
And what did Tyler De Silva do at that point?
I didn't turn around. I don't know.
What did you do?
I went over and I got into Madison's car.
Where?
behind the passenger seat.
Who else was in the vehicle when you got in?
Keenan and Dimitri.
Keenan Frasick?
Yes.
Dimitri Arfanis?
Yes.
Will Sinjwald?
No.
Will Sinjwald was one of the people that had come with you earlier in Jack Snyder's car, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't in Jack Snyder's vehicle when you got out of it?
No.
And he wasn't in Madison's car when you got into it?
No.
So in the vehicle at that point, it's just you, Madison, Mackenzie, Keenan, and Dimitri?
Yes.
Was the music on in the car?
Yes.
Were you texting in the group chat at that point?
No.
What was Dimitri Arfanis doing?
I didn't look over.
And what was Keenan Frasick doing?
As soon as I got in the car and it started driving, he was looking at me.
He was looking at you?
Yes.
What were you doing?
Holding my head.
What were you thinking?
I was just in shock. Scared. I didn't really know what to think.
Did you call the cops?
No.
Why not?
I was just terrified. I didn't even know what to do. Or really what even happened.
And where did the car go?
Started driving to Keenan Frasick's house.
What happened there?
He and Dimitri got out.
He and Dimitri both got out at Keenan's house?
Yes.
So now it's just you, Mackenzie, and Madison in the car?
Yes.
And what's going on in the car at that point?
Nothing. I knew my girlfriend was still upset. Didn't want to talk or anything.
And what were you doing?
Holding my head and looking at myself. I was just shaking and I didn't even know what to do.
Where did the car go then?
We drove to my house in Milford.
How long did that take?
I can't remember.
Did there come a time when you arrived at home?
Yes.
What did you do then?
Before I opened my car door and I asked Mackenzie to talk to her.
Would she talk to you?
No.
What did you do?
I just walked up to my house.
Was anybody home?
Yes.
Who?
My mom and my little brother.
And what were they doing?
They were packing to go to Florida.
What was their reaction when they saw you?
My mom just started screaming and crying. My brother was just like holding his mouth open.
Did you explain how you'd been injured?
At that point, I didn't really know what to say. I couldn't even understand really what had happened, detail for detail. I remember telling her that I got attacked by a whole bunch of people. She just kept screaming and crying.
And what did you do then?
Started crying. And then I remember going upstairs to the bathroom, just washing myself off.
What time was this?
I don't really know.
Did you go to sleep?
No.
What did you do?
It was just, my mom was panicking. And she asked me if I wanted to come to Florida with her.
What did you do at that point?
I said yes.
Why?
Just wanted to be close to my mom.
Did you go to sleep at some point?
No,
Why not?
I couldn't sleep.
What made it so that you couldn't sleep?
Everything. The way I was feeling, mentally and physically, just. There was no way I was going to be able to sleep.
What did you do?
Everything was so fast. I think I packed like a little backpack, and then we left.
Okay. While you were packing, did anyone try to contact you?
Yes,
Who?
Mackenzie, my girlfriend at the time.
She sent you some texts.
Yes.
We saw those texts here, those exhibits.
Yes.
How did it make you feel when you read those texts as they were coming in from Mackenzie?
It just reminded me how I felt at the time when she was texting me and stuff.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97. Well, I'm going to try. Okay. State's Exhibit 97. Do you remember those texts coming in?
Yeah.
And she writes, "Are you fucking serious? I hate you. Someone just called me and said you stabbed someone. You just ruined everything, Lito. Literally ruined everything for me. Answer the M phone. IDK what to do. Everyone is texting me." I want you to read for us. What did you write back?
I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. Stop texting anyone. Stop answering.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 98. She says, "Lito, everyone knows who you are. Everyone knows you're my boyfriend. What do you say?"
I know.
"Lito, everyone's texting me. What do you say?"
Stop answering. What happened?
"Don't talk to me." What do you say?
Okay, stop answering anyone.
She says, "You fucked up, Lito." What do you say?
How? I wasn't there.
"If my parents find out," State's Exhibit 99, "stop saying that." You say what?
Okay, stop texting, please, Kens.
"I'm not texting anyone." What do you say?
Don't text me. I'm going to Florida.
She says, "They're texting me. When? Lito, I need you to answer me, please." What do you say?
What, Kens?
And she says, "I'm so scared. What's going on?" In State's Exhibit 100, "I'm shaking," she says. "Can you please tell me? I won't tell anyone, I swear." What do you say?
I can't text anything.
She says, "I'm so scared," and you say what?
I wasn't there.
She says, "What's happening?" And what do you say?
No, I wasn't there.
She says, "I'm so scared, Lito." "What's happening? Please answer me." What do you say?
Nothing is happening.
State's Exhibit 101, she says, "Can you please call me? Can you call me, please? When I get home." And you say what?
Yes.
She says, "Lito, his sister just texted me. I'm so scared. I don't want to look." What do you say?
What did she say? Swipe it.
She says, "IDK, I'm so scared." And what do you say?
Don't answer anyone.
How fast were those texts going back and forth?
One right after another.
Were some of them coming in before you could finish the other one?
Yeah.
What were you thinking while you're writing those texts?
Overwhelmed and shocked. I just didn't want her to worry.
Were you thinking you could concoct some sort of a story that no one would know you'd been there?
I'm object. It's leading.
Sustained.
You knew you had been there, did you not?
Yeah.
Or objection. It's leading.
Sustained.
Has to be stricken.
Total strike the answer. Jury, please remove it from the notes.
Did you expect her to believe that you had not been there?
Objection, that calls for speculation as to what she would believe.
Let me hear the question again.
Did you expect her to believe that you had not been there?
Overall, it goes to his expectations. You can answer.
No. I knew she knew I was there because she was with me.
Why did you say those things to her in that text?
Panicking, and I just didn't want her to worry at all.
At that point, did you think that someone had died?
No.
What did you do after this chain of texts?
I remember trying to call Tyler.
Tyler De Silva? Why did you try to call Tyler De Silva?
See if he was okay, what was going on. Called him 3 times, but he never answered.
Have you spoken to Tyler De Silva since that night? What did you do next?
Went with my mom, we got in the car and we drove to the airport.
Where did you go?
Florida.
Was that the next day, May 15th?
Yes.
What did you do when you got to Florida?
We were getting out of the airport and we were going to a car rental. And that's when I found out what had happened.
When you say what had happened, what did you find out?
Like the injuries and stuff.
What did you find out?
That somebody died.
How did you feel when you learned that?
I kept saying, no way. Like, that's not possible.
What did you do next?
I went over to my mom and I told her.
Did you stay in Florida?
Yeah,
How long?
like a day maybe?
When did you return to Connecticut?
Not sure, a day or 2.
And did there come a time when you were contacted by the police?
My parents were. Not me.
And did you learn that the police were interested in your parents or interested in you?
And me.
And what did you learn about why they had contacted you?
That somebody had passed away.
Did you learn at some point that they had an arrest warrant for you?
Yeah.
How soon after you got back to Connecticut did you learn that?
I can't remember. It seemed like 4 days or something. May have been shorter. I can't really remember.
When you learned that they had an arrest warrant for you, what did you do?
At the time when it came out, I was sleeping.
What time was that?
Middle of the day.
And what did you do at that point?
I woke up and I talked to my father.
Did you make arrangements to turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Did you go and turn yourself in?
Yeah.
Just one try.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Silva, I'm going to show you some exhibits that have already been entered. There's been testimony that these are from May 18th when you turned yourself in. Do you remember what time you went down to the Shelby PD to turn yourself in?
I remember it being really late at night.
Did you go by yourself?
No,
Who was with you?
my father.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Do you remember this photograph being taken?
Yeah,
Where was that taken?
I believe it was at the show and police department.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. Was that taken at the same time?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. That photograph also taken at the same time?
yes,
Can you see in there your eye, your what appears to be your left eye?
yeah,
And does that accurately reflect the injuries that you had at that point?
at that point, yeah.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 37. Is that the back of your head?
Yeah,
State's Exhibit 38. That the left side of the back of your head?
yeah.
And where do you recall getting hit that evening when you were first encountering the people on the lawn?
The back of my head.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39. Is that your right arm inside near the elbow?
Yeah,
Do you recall how you got these 1, 2, 3 scratches and some bruising?
no,
Did you have that before you were on the lawn that night?
no,
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 40. Is that your right hand?
yeah.
And how did you get this injury to the heel of your right hand?
I was trying to run back to the car. I got hit and my hand slid on the pavement.
This is State's Exhibit 41. How did you get this injury on the heel of your left hand?
The same as the one on my right hand.
Are you left-handed or right-handed, sir?
Right-handed.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 42 at the top of your right hand,
Yes,
and State's Exhibit 43 is at the top of your left hand.
yes.
Did the police ever approach you and ask you if you wanted to perhaps talk to them in return for an immunity agreement from prosecution?
I'm going to object. Calls for hearsay as to what the police asked.
Can you excuse the jury for a moment? So it calls for a yes or no response.
The question is also inflammatory. And it would also indicate, again, the defendant has Fifth Amendment rights, and there was testimony about the police going to try to talk to him. So now that it's out, I would submit that it's fair game for me to ask him on cross-examination whether or not he willfully went to the police to tell him his side of the story, which he did not. So with regards to what the police asked him, I think is hearsay. I think the question can be posed without content in the question. We can rephrase it without any content in the question. If it's a yes or no answer, then clearly it's leading as well.
Your Honor, I could rephrase as whether or not he was ever offered such an opportunity.
Again, it calls
certainly goes to his knowledge.
Okay, Attorney Smith could be walking down a slippery slope with that. Your client is subject to cross-examination. I don't know what the actions of the police department were at this point in time, but certainly it'll allow the state the opportunity to explore if in fact there was such communication or any questions or anything leading to such communication and or the decision. So
I understand. Again, I think that whether or not he was ever offered such an agreement is fair game as far as to ask the question. I don't intend to go any further into it beyond that. I am not aware of any offers being made to him to do so, to the extent that he was ever offered an opportunity to come down and speak with the police. I think that he can be asked about that.
I would also submit that the police department is not under the authority to offer him any type of agreement with regards to that. That comes from the state's attorney. So with regards to that, if he had a conversation with the state's attorney or this office, that would be the appropriate question. Outside of that, when the answer is no, then there's nothing further to explore.
okay, so I want to be very clear here. So we're dealing with, first of all, a right to remain silent potentially post Miranda. We're also dealing with an improper form of the question relative to who has the authority to provide an immunity agreement. Obviously, it would not be the police who would provide the agreement. So if it's relative to asking what the state police, what the state's attorney's offer, that's one thing. The attorney needs to be in the question and not the police. And perhaps that's the appropriate way to get around the Miranda right, because
I can make it more general.
We're talking about what the police questioned the defendant and what was said, and we don't have to get into whether or not the defendant was willing to invoke his right to remain silent or speak.
I can make it more general, Your Honor, and simply ask him whether or not he was ever offered the opportunity to sign or whether he was offered an immunity agreement. I could simply make it as
Well, really,
general as that.
The question is inflammatory. I think we need to lay some type of foundation to get there. The question needs to be posed, did you ever speak to the state's attorney with regards to this investigation? No, I did not. The inquiry ends there. It doesn't go any further about any immunity agreement or anything else. So the question is inflammatory. It's being posed to inflame the jury's senses at this point. I think there's got to be a foundation to even get there.
He's here to testify, Your Honor. And I could simply ask him, are you here testifying today under any immunity agreement?
That's leading. So that's a leading question. So I'm here testifying on my own behalf.
Because
That's
a leading question is a question that it suggests the
Correct.
answer. So if I were to say to you, you, sir, are not here today underneath an immunity agreement, are you?
It does call for a yes, but it's not leading with respect to the response being contained in the question. I will allow that question. The state's attorney is going to have an opportunity to cross-examine. However, the state's attorney should be very careful about approaching any type of...
But this is opening post-Miranda inquiries now, because now the arrest warrant has been signed. He's entitled to Miranda warnings, and now we're being asked whether or not we're approaching him or he's approaching us for some immunity agreement post-arrest.
And I will withdraw that question, Your Honor, with regard to the police offering. I will do that, and I'll do that in the jury's presence. But I do think that it's fair for me to ask him, sir, are you here today testifying under any immunity agreement? I don't see how that's unfair.
See this cross-examination. If you offered one, you offered one.
Well, my concern now is if that is the question, I think it opens the door to any post-Miranda questioning. That's all I'm saying. In other words, I should be able...
Let me get into that a little bit further. Are you telling the court outside the presence of the jury that you did offer an immunity agreement, because if you didn't, then it ends there.
There was no such conversation. It never was had. So if the conversation was had with this defendant, then it makes the subsequent question relevant. This question is not relevant. It's just, why are you here today? I'm here to testify. That's it. Has nothing to do with immunity.
Sure, I think his incentive to be here and testify, and whether or not he's testifying under an immunity agreement, is fair game. Other witnesses have been here, and we've asked them about this.
The jury can infer he's not under an immunity agreement because he's charged with homicide and 3 counts of assault. So really, the question is inflammatory. He's being prosecuted.
He wasn't charged with 5 lazy broke.
Okay. So,
That, can we approach, please?
All right, we'll stipulate on the record. For the presence of all jurors, Attorney Smith, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Questions withdrawn.
Last question is withdrawn. Mr. Valle, you're here today testifying voluntarily.
Yes.
No promises, threats, anything like that have been made against you.
No. Are you asking if I was offered?
Objection. Ask that it be stricken.
But anything after yes, no, in response to the answer is going to be stricken from evidence. All right, it's non-responsive. Thank you.
Had you ever seen Jack Snyder's knife before that night?
No.
Have you ever seen Jack Snyder's knife since that night?
No.
Had you ever used a knife as a weapon before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Ryan Hines before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Faison Teal before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Tommy Connery before that night?
No.
Had you ever met Jimmy McGrath before that night?
No.
You told us before that you knew some of the folks at that party on social. Do you remember telling us that?
I believe so, yes.
What in the world does that mean to know somebody on social?
On social gatherings, like parties, on social media, just that kind of thing.
Even these folks that you say you knew on social, did you feel like you knew them well?
No.
Did you want to kill any of those kids?
No.
Did you want to hurt any of those kids?
No.
What did you want to do when you were down there on that ground and all those fists were punching you and those legs were kicking you?
Get them away from me.
Why did you use that knife that Jack Snyder gave you?
I'm going to object. This is asked and answered at this point.
All right.
Felt like the only thing that was gonna let me get out of that situation.
Thank you, Mr. Valle. Nothing further.
Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to move into our recess, so we will have our morning 15-minute recess, and then we'll come back for the cross-examination of Mr. Valle. All right? The court stands in recess for 15 minutes.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, everyone. I'll ask Mr. Valle to please retake his position in the stand. Come on up. You do remain under the obligations of your oath, okay? Return of all of our jurors.
Stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Durso, if you'd like to cross-examine.
May 14th of 2022, you go to Lazy Brook Road for a party at Madigan Lifers House, correct?
Yes.
That's you to the right there in the Old Miss football shirt,
Yes.
the light blue shirt,
Yes.
black pants, with the helmet on, right?
Yes.
That's you.
You said that you got there around what time?
I want to say around 9 or 10.
9 or 10. You were there for, and you testified on direct examination, you were there for about an hour and a half, correct?
Yeah.
And people arrived at some point after an hour and a half, correct?
Yeah.
Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik, you didn't know them, right?
No.
But those are the two that showed up at Lazy Brook Road at that point, right?
Yeah.
And when they got to Lazy Brook Road, Jack, Tyler, and yourself confronted those two, right?
When I first got there, no.
Because Madigan Lifer didn't want anybody else in her house. So you were under the assumption that if they left, you guys could stay, right?
No, she asked everybody by the door.
I'm gonna move to strike as non-responsive as to what Madigan Lifer said.
Court is going to sustain the objection. I am going to go ahead and strike everything after the response no as unresponsive and hearsay. Thank you.
So at some point in time, let me ask you this. How long was Ryan and Griffin at Lazy Brook before you, Jack, and Tyler got involved with them?
I want to say a couple of minutes.
A couple minutes, right? So they show up. Ryan walks down with his beer in his hand, right? And at some point you talk to Ryan and Griffin with Jack and Tyler, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you say to them, you can come in if you give me some beer, right?
I was the only one who said that.
You're the only one that said that.
Yes.
And Jack and Ryan gave you a beer, right?
He did not.
And at some point in time, it got heated between the three of you and Griffin and Ryan, right?
Just between Jack and Ryan.
And at some point in time, that went outside, right?
Yes.
So within the span of a few minutes, it went from give me a beer to going outside into the driveway, right?
Yes.
Okay. And out in the driveway, there was a group of people surrounding the area, right, from the party,
Scattered, yes.
right? And you said, I think you said on direct examination, there were about 30 people at this party. You remember saying that?
Inside, I think there was more.
Okay, so there was 30 people inside, and then there was maybe 20 outside?
No, there was probably like 10 people
There
outside.
was only 10 people outside. 10 people including you, or 10 people excluding you?
Including me.
Okay, and who was outside?
At the time, I didn't really like look at faces.
Right, you weren't paying attention, right?
Yeah.
You just kind of scanned the area, and you said, oh, there's about 10 people here, right?
No, I didn't really look around to see how many.
You have no clue who's outside then at that point. That's what you're telling us?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know if there were girls outside or boys outside at that point, right?
No.
You just know that there were bodies. You weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
And when you go outside, at some point there's an argument going on between Ryan and Jack, right?
Yeah.
And you're witnessing it.
Yeah.
And you're outside, in fact, with this helmet on at the time, are you not?
Yes.
And when you're outside and you're looking at this argument that is going on between Jack and Ryan, at some point in time they square up, right?
Yes.
And they square up because they're going to fight for the beer, right? Jack had taken the beer from him at that point,
Yeah.
right? And he wanted his beer back. Ryan wanted his beer back.
Yes.
And when they square up, Ryan's standing squared up to Jack. Jack's across from Ryan, right?
Yes.
And to Jack's back left is Tyler De Silva, correct?
Yes.
And behind Ryan is you, right?
Off to the side, yeah.
Right? And you're wearing that helmet at that point, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination. They squared off. Hines stepped on my foot and I pushed him. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You pushed him.
Yes.
I want to show you State's Exhibits 58. Stop right there. So this is this person right here to the left in the blue shirt. Who's that?
Tyler De Silva?
Can I get this? So this person right here is who?
Tyler De Silva.
And this person in the red is who?
Jack Snyder.
So right now you're behind. We can't see you, but you're right behind Ryan Hines, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Can you play it, please? Stop. Is that you pushing Ryan Hines in the head?
That's me pushing Ryan Hines, yes.
So that right there, that's a push, not a punch. That's what you're testifying. That's what you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe, that that was a push, not a punch.
Yes, I remember pushing him.
Can you play the fast version, please? Or stop it there. Can you keep the volume on? So right there, what you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe is that you just pushed Ryan in his head, not punched him. That's what you're telling them.
I'm saying that I remember pushing him.
But the video would contradict what you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe at this point, correct?
I remember pushing him.
But the video, that's not responsive to my question. The video does not corroborate what you just told these ladies and gentlemen of the jury, correct?
I just remember pushing him.
Non-responsive. Did you push him in the head or did you punch him in the head? You remember pushing him, but does the video show you pushing or punching him? That's my question.
I pushed him.
What does the video show?
Me pushing him?
So you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe that what just happened there is a push, not a punch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also told these ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at some point during this fight, you go over and you try to get Ryan off of Jack, right? Is it Jack? Because at that point the fight was on, and Ryan tackles Jack, right?
Yes.
And your testimony was that at some point, Tyler De Silva gets in and does the same thing, right?
Yes.
That's what you remember, right?
Yes.
But isn't it true that Tyler jumps in and also punches Ryan when he's on the ground?
I think so. I don't remember that happening.
Isn't it also true that at some point in time, towards the end of this fight, you use the helmet that's on your head and you slam it into Ryan's head?
That's not true, no.
That's not true? Is that not what you remember? Or is that what you're saying is that the video is false?
I never did that.
You never did that? Okay. So let's play the rest of this video and then we'll go to the slow-mo. That's you right there in the helmet back there, right? Rewind it a tick. Keep going. Keep going.
That's you right there, right?
Yes.
And you have a helmet on, right?
I had the helmet on a lot at the time.
Play it. Okay. Now we'll play the slow motion. Now you just saw the helmet slam down on Ryan, right? And you heard the crack of the helmet on Ryan's head?
I didn't slam the helmet down on him at all.
So you want these ladies and gentlemen to believe that you did not slam the helmet into Ryan's head when he was on the ground?
Yes.
Is that what you remember, or are you saying the video is false?
I don't really see that in the video.
Okay, let's play the slow-mo version. So here's the punch, or what you're saying is a push. There you are here with the helmet, right? And here's you right in here. Ready? Slam. That's you right there, slamming the helmet into Ryan's head, right?
I never slammed him with the helmet.
Okay, so the video's alive. That's what you're saying. So counsel asked you before if you ever had carried a weapon before May 14th of 2022. Isn't it true that you used the helmet as a weapon at Lazy Brook that night?
No.
At some point in time, Lifer's mother comes out and kicks everybody out, right? But that's about 15, 20 minutes after this fight is over?
Yeah.
And after that, after you guys are kicked out, you get into Jack's car, the Honda Pilot,
Yes.
and you had no idea what you were going to do, so you guys were driving over to Trumbull High School, right?
Yes.
And when you were driving over to Trumbull High School, isn't it true that during that ride, you were laughing and joking about how you just got into a fight and hurt Ryan Hines?
No.
You never said that? And as you're going over to Trumbull High School, it's you in the back seat behind Jack, right?
Yeah.
Jack's driving.
Yes.
Tyler's in the front seat.
Yes.
In the middle seat is who? Will Sinjwald, correct?
Yes.
And to the right of him is Keenan Frasick.
Yes.
Mackenzie's on your lap.
Yes.
And Dimitri's in the back.
Yes.
And when you're driving over there, you indicated on direct examination you had your phone on you at that point, right? As a matter of fact, you had your phone all night, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you're added to a group chat, right?
Yes.
When you go over to Trumbull High School, had the group chat already started before you get to Trumbull High School?
I believe so, yes.
Right. So you knew that because you were already added, right?
I can't remember if I got added when we got to Trumbull or on the way there.
Isn't it true that Anthony Greco added you at 11:10 p.m. on Saturday, May 14th, 2022 to the group chat?
I can't remember, but yeah.
Well, who's Anthony Greco? You know Anthony Greco, right?
Football
You play
team.
football. You went to St. Joe's with you, right?
Yes.
He was at Lazy Brook that night at some point? Did you see him at Lazy Brook?
No, I don't remember seeing him.
But he added you to this chat nevertheless, right?
Yes.
And that was at about 11:10 p.m.?
I guess so, yeah.
And you indicated on direct examination you were on your phone, checking the text group messages, you're talking to Will Sinjwald next to you, and you're talking to Mackenzie, right?
Yes.
And while you were doing all those things, you also had an opportunity to see that Jack was on his phone also, right?
Yes.
And you saw that Tyler was on his phone, right?
Yeah.
And when you get to Trumbull High School, how long are you there for? About 20 minutes?
I can't remember exactly how long we were there for.
When you get to Trumbull High School, you have a conversation with Jack and Tyler about fighting these kids at Trumbull High School, correct?
Oh, never.
Isn't it true that you were in the group chat telling kids to come show up to Trumbull High School to fight?
Yes. I remember telling them to come to Trumbull High.
Right, because you in this group chat, you're saying Trumbull High, slide. Right now, RN, right now, Trumbull High, slide, right?
Yes.
Because at that point, you wanted to meet those kids to fight, right?
No, we were about to be leaving Trumbull, and at the time I thought it would be funny.
So you wanted to meet those kids at Trumbull High School to fight, right?
No.
So at some point in time, you leave Trumbull High School,
Yes.
and before you leave Trumbull High School, you're again asking them, Trumbull High, slide, right? Slide means come here.
Yeah.
And at some point in time, you're in the group chat and you realize that the other kids are talking about an address, right? They say, drop the ad, we're going to drop the addy, right? Does that mean address?
You're saying the other kids were saying that?
Yeah, people were
Yeah.
talking about giving you an address. Someone was saying, we'll drop the addy, right? You remember hearing that, seeing that in the group chat?
No, I remember just seeing the address.
Okay. You recall when someone indicated that we dropped the addy, you said send it in the group chat?
No, I don't remember that.
May approach the witness, Your Honor. But looking at the document, help to refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
That's you, right? Does your memory refreshed?
It says my name, but I don't see the number.
Somebody else have your phone that night?
I don't remember.
Somebody else you know named Lito?
I don't remember now.
No. So do you recall asking for the address in the group chat that says send it?
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
Are you saying that this is not you in the group chat?
It says my name, but there's no number.
Okay. Again, at some point in time later in the group chat, you say Laurel Glen, correct?
No.
You don't? May approach the witness. Would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection?
Sure, yeah.
Lito, does that refresh your recollection?
Again, it says my name, but not my number.
So let me ask you this, Mr.
Did it refresh your recollection, yes or no?
No?
So let me ask you this. You recall being added to the group chat by Anthony Greco at 11:10 p.m. on May 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You recall that.
Yes.
And you also recall telling the kids to slide to Trumbull High School, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall whether or not your name was Lito in the group chat?
When you join a group chat, it's just your number.
It's just your number. But if somebody has your name in their phone, it would say your name, correct?
Pretty sure it would still be just a number.
But would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection as to whether or not you told people to slide over to Trumbull?
No, I knew I said that.
You knew you said that, right? So if we had a group chat with your name on it, and that is corroborated in here that you told them to slide, wouldn't it also be true that if your name is in this group chat subsequent and you told them to drop the address, send it, that would also be you? Or is there two Litos that you know of?
I can't see the number. It just says my name.
Right. So wouldn't it stand to reason that Lito is you in the group chat?
I guess so, yeah.
You just don't recall saying these things, right? That's your testimony today?
I only ever remember saying the Trumbull High thing.
Right. You don't recall asking them to send their address at Laurel Glen. That's what your testimony is, right?
Yeah.
And you don't recall reiterating the address that was sent, Laurel Glen. You say Laurel Glen, right? You actually say it twice in the group chat, but you don't recall that, right?
No.
That's your testimony today?
Yes.
And then at some point in time, you make your way from Trumbull High School over to 43 Laurel Glen, which is Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
You didn't know it at the time, but that's Tyler Rich's house. You've met Tyler Rich before?
Yes.
Where have you met him before?
Parties?
What kind of parties?
High school parties?
Have you ever been to high school parties in the Berries? You know where the Berries are in Shelton?
No.
No, you don't? You ever recall going to a party on Mulberry, Strawberry, Edelberry, any type of street with a Berry last name in Shelton? You ever recall seeing Ricky Fiola at those parties?
Yeah, I've been to parties in Shelton.
Right. And you ever recall seeing Matt Lockovich at those parties?
Yes.
Yeah, you've met him before, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you've had a fight with Matt Lockovich a week before this incident, correct? At one of those parties?
No, never.
So you drive over from Trumbull High School, and you indicate a couple cars were there when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Can you repeat that?
When you drove over from Trumbull High School and you got to 43 Laurel Glen, you indicated on direct examination there were a couple of cars there, right?
Yeah.
We pulled up and saw girls from St. Joe's High School. Oh, I'm sorry, withdrawing. You indicated that when you got there, you saw other cars parked in the street, right?
Yes.
And there wasn't that many people outside at first, right? I noticed a few kids, right? Isn't that what you said on direct examination?
Yeah, not that I could see at first.
And at some point, people came out of the house, right?
Like everyone came out of the house.
Right. And people came out of the house because you texted them in the group chat, "We here," right?
No.
Do you recall doing that?
No.
Would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
And approach the witness, Your Honor. You remember refreshed?
Yeah, I never said that.
So somebody else had your phone at that point.
No, again, it says my name, but not my number.
So there's another person named Lito in the group chat.
Anybody can name anybody they want in the group chat.
But you would agree with me that in the group chat it says, from Lito, "We here," right?
It just says Lido.
And then it says, "We here," right?
Yes.
So at that point in time, people come out of the house, right?
Yes.
And when the people come out of the house, what time of night would you say it was when people came out of the house when you were in front of 43 Laurel Glen?
I can't remember.
You don't remember, but it was dark out.
Yeah.
It was late,
Yes.
clearly after 11, right?
Yes.
Probably sometime before 11:30-ish.
I don't know.
You don't recall?
No.
And you indicated that you saw people come out, and there were about 30 people that came out at that point, right?
That I could see, yeah, but I know there was more.
You knew there were more? How did you know there were more?
There was people behind those 30 people.
There was people behind the 30 people, so you counted each and every one of those people that came outside?
No, it's just an estimate.
Just an estimate, right? So there could have been 20, right?
It looked like way more than 20 people.
Right, but it could have been 20, right?
Yeah.
So at some point in time, you indicate that Snyder stopped his car, you saw a yard and kids coming out to the car, right?
Yes.
And by the way, at some point in time, you leave the chat at like 11:32 p.m. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, that was before we arrived at the house.
Before you arrived at the house. So you left the chat, according to the chat, Lito left the conversation. You recall that happened?
Yes.
Okay. So you recall getting in the conversation, you recall getting out of the conversation, you only recall a few things that you said, but you think the other person named Lito in the conversation could be somebody else.
I remember why I left.
That mischaracterizes the testimony. He has not said he believes there's another person named Lito in the group chat.
So you recall saying some things in the chat, you just don't recall saying everything in the chat. Is that a fair statement of your testimony?
I only ever said the things about Trumbull High School.
Okay, so the other things that are in the chat, that would be inaccurate, according to you.
Yes.
Okay. So you were going over there to fight, correct?
No.
And when you got there, kids surrounded the car, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that on direct examination, there were rows of people, 10, then maybe 30, right?
Yes.
Jack was talking, Tyler was talking because kids had approached the car at that point.
Yes.
You indicated kids you knew were there because you texted them in the group chat, right?
Never said that.
You said that on direct examination, right?
No. I said my window was up when all the kids came. When I recognized a few people, I put my window down.
And who did you recognize?
Ricky Fiola, Nikki DeJesus, and Aiden King.
So you spoke to Aiden King when he came next to the car at that point, right?
I spoke to all three of them.
Right. And you told Aiden King at some point when it got aggressive that tell your friends to get away from the car. I'm going to break a bottle over somebody's head.
No, I never said that.
And there were a few kids shouting at Jack at some point, right?
Yes.
And it became aggressive, according to you?
Yes.
But at first it was a peaceful conversation, right? According to you? Peaceful?
Mine was,
And
yes.
it got aggressive?
Yes.
But you didn't see anybody throw anything at that point, right?
No.
And then you indicated on direct examination you couldn't see anybody outside. So you only saw the 3 people you knew, Aiden, Ricky, and who was the third?
Mickey DeJesus.
So Nikki, Aiden, and Ricky you saw. That's it.
Yes.
You couldn't hear any threats, right?
I heard them screaming, but
But you couldn't hear any threats, right?
I couldn't make out what they were saying.
And at some point you indicated on direct examination people were hitting the car on all sides, right?
Yeah, before that happened, somebody punched Jack in the face.
I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive.
Sustained. Court's going to strike the witness's response after, yeah. Okay, so the rest of that response, please strike from your notebooks, you took notes on it. It's not to be considered evidence. Okay.
So you indicated on direct examination people hitting the car on all sides, correct?
Yes.
And all I heard was banging, right?
Yes.
Didn't hear glass shattering, right?
No, I don't think so.
And the car began to rock, right?
Yes.
You indicated on direct examination you were panicking, right?
Yes.
This was never like anything you've been through before, right? This was scary, right?
Yes.
And at that point you couldn't get out, right? You said that on direct.
There was no way to get out, no.
Because there were so many people, right?
Yes.
And at some point you thought to yourself, this is not a good idea, right, to be here?
I just remember being scared. My girlfriend was crying. And I remember telling Jack to drive.
To drive, right? So Jack drove down the street, right?
Yes.
And when Jack drove down the street, at some point he stopped, right?
Yes.
At some point, was Jack driving up and down the street? You remember Jack driving up and down the street?
I don't remember that, no.
You don't remember that? Could have happened, but you don't remember?
Yeah, no, I don't remember that.
You don't remember. But at some point in time, he drives down the street, right? States Exhibit 1, you indicate that Jack drives down the street and at some point stops in front of the house near where we previously identified it as 36 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes.
And it's at that moment that that Mackenzie gets out of the car
Yes.
and she's walking away,
Yes.
and then you get out of the car at some point, right?
Yes, right after.
While you're getting out of the car, you're pissed off, and you say, holy shit, they really fucked up your car, Jack. Give me the knife. Where's the knife? Give me the knife, right?
No. Immediately after I got out, or Mackenzie got
I'm
out.
going to move to strike as non-responsive. Everything after no.
Court is going to go ahead and strike the response after the witness indicated the word no. Please discard that from your notes. Thank you.
Now, you get out of the car with the knife, correct, at this point?
No.
Because according to you, on direct examination, Jack gave you the knife when you got out of the car at that point, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you did get out of the car with the knife at this point, right? When
I was
Jack,
all-
Objection, Your Honor. That mischaracterizes the testimony. He did not testify that he got out of with the knife.
So the witness indicated yes. I'm going to go back to the last question. I'm going to hear the last question again.
so Jack gave you the knife when you got out of the car, correct?
I was already outside of the car, yes.
And he gave you the knife at that point, right?
Yes.
And he gave you the knife when you got out of the car, at that point when the car initially stopped, right? Car stops, you get out, you get the knife, right?
Yes.
So you're in possession of the knife when you initially get out of the car on May 14th of 2022, right?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
When you get out of the car stops in front of 36 Laurel Glen. You get out of the car, right?
After Mackenzie, yes.
Mackenzie's walking down the street, right?
Yes.
And when you're out of the car, Jack gives you the knife, right?
Tosses it at me, yes.
Right. And at some point after that, Tyler DeSilva gets out of the car and walks around the car towards you, right?
No, Tyler DeSilva was already next to me when that happened.
So it's your testimony that Tyler was next to you when Jack throws you the knife. That's your testimony.
As I remember it, yeah.
to show you states 44 here. This is states 44. This person right here, standing right here with the dark pants and the shirt, is that you? Can you see where I'm pointing? Is that you out of the car?
Yes.
So you're in front of the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point we see Tyler De Silva get out of the car and walk next to you, right?
Yes.
So your testimony is as Jack's driving up the street, he tosses you the knife at this point?
Yes. And you can see
I would
at one point he stopped.
everything after yes.
Calls for a yes or no answer. I'm going to strike everything after yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, so please make notation accordingly.
And by the way, when Jack gives you the knife, do you catch it? Does
No.
it fall?
It fell.
It fell. Okay.
Yes.
Play.
That's when it falls.
Stop. Stop. So thank you. So we didn't see you bend down to pick anything up, correct?
I bent down to pick it up when I
You
was.
gotta strike everything after no.
Court is going to strike. The witnesses respond after no.
So at this point in time, in states 44, you're in possession of the knife at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Stop. Now these are the kids from 43 Laurel Glen that just ran down towards you, right?
Yes.
When they came down the street, did they have any weapons on them?
I didn't look to see if they had any weapons.
But you didn't see any weapons, right?
I didn't look to see if they had any weapons.
They didn't have any weapons on them, right?
I didn't look to see if they had any weapons.
So you didn't see any weapons on them that night, right?
I didn't look. How would I?
So at this point in time, there's no fighting going on down there, right?
No.
And after this video stops, no fight occurs down this end of the street, right?
As they ran down, we said
Yes or no answer. No fight happens after this video stops, right? No physical altercation happens down this end of the street, correct?
no.
Right. So you have the knife. You don't see anybody else with a weapon. Jack drives off. Mackenzie's down the other end of the street, right? She's at the corner of farmhouse in Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And Dimitri, Will, and Keenan are still in the car as the car drives away, right?
Yes.
So when Jack gave you the knife, they were in the vicinity of seeing that happen, correct?
They were in the car.
Right. Can you play the second one? So again, this is a different angle, right? Mackenzie's walking down the street, and this is you out here, just above this bush on the right side. And here comes Tyler walking to your right, right? So car drives away. You have the knife at this point, right?
Yes.
Tyler Rich runs up to you, right? Is that Tyler Rich that ran up the street, do you recall?
I saw like two kids run past.
Do you recall them throwing something at the car?
Yes.
Recall who that was?
No.
Stop. So at some point, do you recall who ran down the street?
Like in total?
No, I'm asking first if you were familiar with anybody who ran down the street at that point.
Yes.
Ricky Fiola, right?
Yes.
Tyler Rich.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Ty Wood?
Yes.
Did he run down the street?
I can't remember seeing him.
Charlie Connery, are you familiar with him?
No.
You're not familiar with him. Do you know? So you don't know if that the person that testified for the state as our last witness, you can't recall if he ran down the street?
No, I didn't see him.
But there were about 7 kids that ran down the street, right?
I don't know exactly how many.
Or was there more than 7 or less than 7?
I'm not sure.
You would agree with me there was more than 3 kids, right? Clearly in the video there's more than 3 kids from the shelter party,
Yes.
right? And would you also agree with me that after this particular part of the video ends, there's a whole interaction that happens down the end of the street that's not captured on video, right?
Yes.
And that interaction that's happening is you having the knife, right?
Yeah, it's in my pocket.
You have this interaction with Tyler Rich, right?
Yes, he sprays
And
me with
he sprays you with the WD-40, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, shortly after that happens, Ricky Fiola comes and talks to you, right?
Like right after, yes.
Right. Because in your words, you indicated that he came up to me, talked to me, made me feel better about the situation, right? Because you had just gotten sprayed, right?
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, between the time you were in the car when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, up until the time where you spoke to Ricky Fiola, the people at that party indicated to you they didn't want you at the house. You were supposed to leave, right?
I guess so, yeah.
So when you spoke to Ricky, not what he said, but during your conversation, pretty much said you should not be here, you should leave, right?
No.
So he actually said you should stay?
He was talking bad about Tyler Rich.
Right. And then he said you guys should probably just leave, right?
No, he never said that.
He never said that. He said probably you should just hang out in the corner and, figure it out, right?
I can tell you what he said.
Well, I don't want to know what he said, but the reality is the conversation you had with Ricky Fiola was, hey, I was really messed up that he sprayed me with WD-40, but look, there's a lot of us and there's only a few of you guys. It's not smart. You probably should just leave. Are you saying that conversation didn't happen?
That's not what he said.
Okay. So, but nevertheless, these 3, 4, or 5 kids that run down the street, including Tyler Rich, they do not engage you in a physical altercation down the street, correct?
Just sprayed me with WD-40.
And walked away then, right?
Yeah.
He walked back to his house, right?
Yes.
And when he walked back to his house, you guys stayed down the street for a little bit, right?
Yes.
And so your testimony today is you were never told to leave the area?
I've never heard anybody say that. Ricky Fiola 100% didn't say that.
And at that point, you said on direct examination, you were scared and confused, right?
Yes.
Terrified about the group of people that were down the road, right?
Just everything.
And you were scared even when the people walked down the street, right? When they came down the street towards Farmhouse Road, that scared you?
When they were running at us, yes.
You were panicked?
Yeah.
You were concerned?
Yes.
You had your phone on you at that point, right?
Most likely, yes.
Most likely, right. So, at any point between the time you got out of the car and the time the kids ran down the street, you never called for somebody to give you a ride home, right?
No, Mackenzie's sister was going to give me a ride.
And you never called for an Uber, right? To bring you out of that situation, right?
Mackenzie's sister was going to give me a ride home.
And you never called for a lift, right? Because Mackenzie's sister was coming to pick you up?
Yes.
So Mackenzie's sister was going to pick you up at the corner of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
You knew that because you had a conversation with Mackenzie about getting a ride home.
Yes.
Because on direct examination, you indicated that you walked over to Mackenzie and said, hey, listen, can I get a ride home? I don't want to be here anymore, right?
I don't remember my exact words, but I remember asking her for a ride.
Because you were concerned.
Yes.
You wanted to get out of that situation.
Yeah.
Mackenzie had her head down, right?
Yes.
She was on her phone. Safe to say she wasn't paying attention to things going on around her?
Yes.
Isn't it true Mackenzie was mad at you at that point because she didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house and you didn't stick up for her?
No, she initially started crying and got upset when they were hitting the car.
And by the way, the state called 25 witnesses in this case, right?
Yes.
And you were here for all 25 of those witnesses, right?
Yes.
And the story you're telling us today is the first time we've heard this story, right?
I was never asked by anybody to tell me
I'm
some of the
going
story.
to move to strike as non-responsive.
So the court's going to go ahead and strike the witness's response to the question as being non-responsive. Call for a yes or no.
So this is the first time we're hearing this story, correct?
Yes.
And Mackenzie knew a lot of those kids at that house, right? You knew that.
Yes.
And she didn't want to be there, right?
After they started hitting the car, they started crying.
Right. And at some point in time after this video ends, Will gets out of the car, right?
Yes.
And Keenan gets out of the car, right?
Yes.
And Dimitri gets out of the car, right?
Yes.
And at some point in time, they sit down at the corner because they're waiting for a ride, right?
I remember them sitting around Mackenzie at one point.
But you were not under the impression that they were also waiting for Mackenzie's sister?
The only person I knew that was waiting for a ride, like, definitely was Will Singemore because he was calling his girlfriend.
Because his girlfriend, Carolyn Takis, was coming to get him, right?
Yes.
Right. So as far as you were concerned, Carolyn was coming to get Will, and Dimitri and Keenan had no ride home at that point? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
But nevertheless, Will, Keenan, Dimitri, and Mackenzie don't get back in the car with Jack at some point, right?
Can you say that again?
At some point in time, Jack, you, and De Silva get in the car and go back down to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
Right. But when that happens, Will doesn't get in the car, right?
Nobody else gets in the car.
Right. Mackenzie doesn't get in the car, right?
Nobody else got.
Dimitri doesn't get in the car, right? And neither does Keenan, right? Because they didn't want to get involved with what was going to happen, right?
Because they were asked not to.
I'm going to move to strike as non-responsive. Ask that he answer in a yes or no.
We're going to go ahead and strike witness's last response to the question called for a yes or no answer. Please remove it from the room.
So they didn't get in the car because they didn't want to be involved with what was going to happen, correct?
No.
And at some point in time, you indicate that you say Tyler's your best friend, right? Growing up, you met him since 8 years old?
Yes.
And Jack was only just an acquaintance from St. Joe's, right? You weren't really friends with him?
Not as close as Tyler.
Right. But you all hung out, right?
Yes.
And you all would go to parties together on the weekends, right?
Yes.
You guys were football buddies, right?
Yeah, we all played football. Yeah.
In fact, it wasn't uncommon for Jack to pick you and Tyler up and go to a party, right?
He was always the one that drove.
He was always the one that drove, right? And when you guys are in school, you guys would always hang out and talk, right?
At football practice, not really.
At football. So you didn't associate with Jack in school, just in football practice? Is that
We
what?
never had any of the same classes.
Okay. So you never saw him in the hallway and said, "Hey, Jack, what's up?" So you associated with him, right? But Jack was always the one that drove you guys. It wasn't Tyler, right?
Not always, but if we were going out with Jack, he was driving.
But you went out with him a lot, is the point, right? Whenever you would go out, it would be you, Tyler, and Jack, right?
No.
No? Even though Jack always drove, majority of the time?
Jack always drove when we went out with him.
Okay, but you didn't go out with him a lot? That's what you're saying now? Okay. So at some point in time, there's a conversation. You say on direct examination, there's a conversation between Jack and Tyler in this area, right? You don't know what the conversation's about?
It was something.
I don't want to know what it was about. Do you know what it was about, or yes or no?
Somewhat, yes.
You know somewhat what it was about. So, and based on that information, you were still scared,
Yes.
and you were still concerned, and you were still worried about what could happen.
Yes.
And at some point in time, Jack gets in the car,
Yes.
Tyler gets in the car,
Yes.
and you get in the car,
Yes.
and you're still concerned, right? And you go back down to 43 Laurel Glen, right? Because you're still concerned, right?
My best friend was going. I was going with.
Non-responsive. I would ask him, that's to be stricken.
It's going to strike the witness's response as non-responsive, called for a yes or no. Thank you.
So at some point in time, you get in the car with Jack and Tyler, correct?
Yes.
And you are going to go back to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
And you're going to go and talk to some kids that had just damaged the car, right?
Yes.
Threw stuff at the car, right?
Yes.
Bounced on the car, right?
Yes.
Almost withdrawn. Did these things for about a 30 to 40 second period, right? When you were initially in front of 43 Laurel Glen?
I don't know how long it was.
Was it fast? Was it fast interaction or was it slow interaction?
I can't remember.
But nevertheless, these are the kids that damaged the car, right?
Yes.
And you were going back to talk to them, right?
Yes.
These are the same kids, right, that you said you were very concerned about,
Yes.
you were very worried about,
Yes.
you were panicking when this was going on, right?
Yes.
But you went back to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
You could have stayed at the corner of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen and waited for Mackenzie's sister to pick you up, right?
Looking back, that's what we should have done.
Move to strike as non-responsive.
We'll go ahead and strike the witness's response as non-responsive. Question called for a yes or no answer.
You could have stayed at the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't do that, did you?
No.
And you got back in that car with the knife,
Yes.
and you indicated on direct examination you were scared to get back in the car, right?
Yes.
But you did it anyway.
Yes.
And you didn't have to go back to that house, did you? So you get back to the house, right? And you get out of the car, right?
Yes.
It's 52. I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Jack drives the car and stops the car right about here on States 52 in front of his mailbox, right? Right in the middle of the road? Right. There was the car. Right, there's a car parked here, right? Yeah. He stops right about here, right?
No, it was really close.
How close is the car? Did you open the door?
I wasn't on that side.
Right, but you were on that side at one point that night, weren't you? Yes. So you could open the door, right?
Yes.
Right. So the car was closer to the center of the road, right?
Yes.
And Tyler gets out of the front passenger seat, right? He walks around the car and onto the grass, right?
Yes.
You saw this, right?
Yes.
You got out of the rear passenger seat on Jack's side, right?
Yes.
And you walk around the car, and you never lost sight of Tyler, correct?
Yes.
So you look at him over the SUV, right? That's what your testimony is?
No, I went around.
You went around the SUV, but you just said that you didn't lose sight of it. So you looked over the SUV to see where Tyler was, right? So my point is, you didn't see him in there. Right? You just walked around the car, then you made contact with Tyler again, right?
Yes.
Right. And Tyler was on the left. Tyler was in this area at some point to the left, right? You were on the right.
I met him on the grass.
You met him here?
No, a little in front of it. Like
Oh.
right with the curve.
Right here.
Yeah. So I went to the left. Okay.
So you were on the left. And Tyler was on the left. You were on the right, right?
Yes.
You walked up together, right?
Yes.
And when you initially got there, there were like 10 people in the yard, right?
I can't remember exactly how many. We were first approached by Lily Lombardi.
You indicated on direct examination there were people in the yard, right?
Yes.
You said 10 people at first in the back, correct?
Around there?
They were far back, right?
Yeah.
Close to where that little hole is in the, where they came out of?
It was really dark.
It was really dark, you couldn't see, right? And you didn't recognize anybody at that point, right?
They were too far away.
And you had the knife in your pocket when you got out, right?
Yes.
When people started coming out of the house, were there girls that came out of the house also?
The first person we spoke to was a girl. Before all those people came.
Was there more than one girl at the house? Do you recall?
I don't remember.
Well, Lily Lombardi, right? Taylor Capella was there.
I didn't see her.
Do you know Taylor Capella? Are you saying there was only one girl at the party that night?
I'm saying I saw her and spoke to one girl.
You only spoke to one girl, but you don't know if there were other girls later on in the evening that were outside watching, right? There could have been. You just don't know. And you said at some point 30 kids come out, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
We were approached by Rich and everybody else. There were 30 people, right?
No, at first it was around 30 people, and then everybody came out.
And how many of those people were girls?
I didn't see any girls.
You didn't see any girls? So there could have been girls in the back. You just don't know.
Yeah.
And when they came out, you recognized only Tyler Rich, right?
Yeah.
And you had your conversation with Tyler Rich. So you just stood there?
Yeah.
And Ryan Hines approached you?
Yeah.
And you had a conversation with Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And that was the kid that you had pushed in the head, according to your testimony, earlier that night at Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
And you were next to Tyler when this was happening?
Yes.
And you indicated on direct examination there were a wall of people at some point in front of you, right?
Yes.
Right? And initially it was, DeSilva was talking to about 10 people. You said that on direct, remember that?
Like there was, all of them were all together, but he was directly talking.
So it was like a line of people. It was you, this is Tyler, this is you, and there's a line of people in front of you, right? And there's about 10 people? Giant group of people. And when you're talking to these people, you're asking where Aiden King is, right?
I asked Ryan Hines, I was like, where's Aiden King? That's my boy.
That's your what?
My boy, like my friend.
That's your friend?
Yeah.
You heard Aiden King testify in this case, right?
Yes.
You heard him testify that you said, tell the people get away from the car, I'm going to smash a bottle on somebody's head, right?
Yeah, he said that.
And you indicated on direct examination that you were speaking with 4 to 5 people, right?
Yeah.
You were speaking with Ryan Hines,
Yeah.
Ty Wood. You remember Ty Wood? Do you know who Ty Wood is? You know who Ty Wood is? You don't recall seeing him there that night?
I was mainly talking with Ryan Hines.
And Faison Teal was close by at this point?
I believe so, yes.
And so at some point, were there other people that you recognized there at the time besides Ty Wood, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich?
There was a giant group of people. There were so many faces.
But you don't know everybody that was there.
No.
And the knife was in your pocket at this point.
Yes.
And the people you were talking with didn't have any weapons on them, right?
Not that I saw, no.
And you were getting nervous.
Yes.
And you recall at some point, so at the end of your testimony yesterday on direct examination, you indicated that there were 4 to 5 people that you were speaking with, but then today when you started testifying, you indicated there was 20 to 25 people just on you. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So was it 4 to 5 people or 20 to 25 people?
They were all together. It's not like it was only 4 who came up and talked to us. Or they were all together.
And when you're walking up to Tyler Rich's house, they're telling you to leave the property, right?
No.
And when you're walking up to Tyler Rich's house, you see the kids start coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you could have turned around and went back to the car, right?
Yes.
But you didn't do that, right? And at some point, you indicated there were people everywhere, right? And people were saying stuff, right? It was aggressive. People were arguing. You were arguing back. Tyler was arguing back. And you indicated you were smaller at the time, right? Much smaller than you are today?
Yes.
Right. But you felt like you were okay at that point because you had a knife on you, right?
No.
So you approached kids that had just thrown stuff at the car, right?
Yes.
That had dented the car, right?
Yes.
That had jumped and bounced and rocked the car, right?
Yes.
And you were panicked because of it, and you were worried, and you approached these kids at that point at Tyler's house with a knife in your pocket, correct?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you make a move towards Ty Wood, correct? You flinch like you're going to hit somebody, right? And when that happens, you get punched by Tyler Rich, right?
I stuck my hand up for somebody to shake hands.
I would move to strike as non-responsive.
Court's going to strike the portion of the witness's response after no. Okay, so anything after no to the question, please strike from your notes. That's not to be considered evidence.
And at some point, you get hit in the head, right? On the left side of your head, right? And you don't know who punched you, do you? You know now who punched you, right? But at the time, you did not know who punched you, right? Isn't it true that you thought you got hit in the head with a bottle at that point?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a bottle, right?
I don't know.
Right. And you indicated on direct examination at that point everything went black. How long would you say it went black for?
It's impossible to tell. I have no idea.
You have no idea how so maybe it was like 2 seconds?
Or longer.
Or longer? How long? How long?
There's no way to tell.
No way to tell. And your face was in the ground. And all you saw were people hitting and kicking you, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't see any weapons, right?
No, I just saw the ground.
And the knife was in your pocket.
Yeah.
And at some point, people were yelling, right?
They were yelling, yeah.
And people were, you couldn't see, but people were all around you. That was your testimony on direct, right? People were all around you, but you couldn't see. So how were you able to see if people were all around you if your head was in the ground?
Before they hit me, they started like circling me.
But when you were in the ground and you were in the fetal position, you couldn't see who was around you, right?
No, I just felt
You couldn't tell if there was one person engaging you, right?
it was way more than one.
Could you tell if it was one person that was engaging you at that point?
It was way more than
Do
one.
you have eyes in the back of your head?
I can feel
Do you have eyes in the back of your head?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Mr. Valle, you indicated on direct examination that your head was in the ground, right?
yes.
And you were down on the ground looking at the ground, right?
Yes.
And when your head is down on the ground, could you tell if there were two people engaging you?
I could tell there was way more than two.
Could you tell if there was one person engaging you?
I could tell there was way more than one.
Could you tell if there were three people?
I could tell there was way more than
Could you tell if there were four people?
I could tell there was way more
How
than
many people did you see? How many people did you see engage you when you were on the ground looking at the ground?
I just felt stuff coming from everywhere.
So you couldn't tell how many, correct?
Yes.
And you still had the knife on you at that point.
Yes.
And you indicated on direct examination that you lost consciousness. How long would you say you lost consciousness for?
There's no way to tell.
There's no way to tell. So you blacked out, right?
Yeah,
And you lost consciousness, right?
that was at the same time.
That was at the same time. But you don't know how long it was. Would you agree with me that the fight on the video doesn't capture the entire fight, right?
No, not anywhere close to it.
The video is about 17 seconds long, right? And the fight in its entirety is probably about 25 to 30 seconds long, right?
No,
No? It's longer than that? What's it, like 5 minutes?
no.
How long would you say it was?
It's impossible to tell, especially when you're like in this situation.
45 seconds?
I felt.
It felt like an eternity, though, right? But it was about 45 seconds. You don't know how long it was. But you lost consciousness at some point during that whole altercation, right? And you don't know how long you lost consciousness for. And at some point when you regained consciousness, you took the knife out of your pocket, right?
Yeah.
Now, when the knife was in your pocket, it was closed, right? So you had to take the knife out of your pocket, right? Your right pocket. You had to open the knife, right?
My other hand was covering my head.
Showing you States 95. Picture of the is a replica of the knife that you had that night, correct?
I never looked at it.
You never looked at it, but it was a knife that opened in this manner, correct? You had to open the knife.
I don't even remember opening it.
You don't remember opening it. Well, was the knife opened in your right pocket when it was in your pocket?
I don't think so, no.
No. So if this was the knife, or if this is a copy of what the knife looked like, it would have been closed in your pocket, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So when you're on the ground, you stick your right hand in your pocket, you take the knife out of your pocket, correct? And then you proceed to open the knife, right?
No, I don't remember. My other hand, I remember, was the whole time holding my head.
So you opened that knife with one hand?
Yes.
You recall doing that?
No, I don't remember opening the knife.
And when you take the knife out, you have it in your hand, your right hand, right?
Yes.
And you have it in your hand like this, in your fist.
Yes.
And the blade is up this way,
Yes.
right? And you say on direct examination you were flailing your arms. Do you remember saying that? And you indicated that you were swinging the knife, right?
Yeah.
Show you States 56. This is Ryan Hines. You remember Ryan Hines from that night?
Yeah.
This is the kid that you say you pushed at Lazy Brook and then did not slam in the head with your helmet. Remember that?
Yes.
He's got a lot of facial injuries. Would you agree?
No.
No? States 83. Would you agree, Mr. Valle, that Mr. Hines has contusions on his head, correct?
I see the one on the top of his head.
You don't see the ones on the side of his head? You don't see that his nose is broken here?
That, on the side, it just looks like acne.
States 84. You see the contusion on his head?
Yes.
That wasn't caused by your helmet? Did you do that at 43 Laurel Glen?
No.
So somebody else must have done that.
Yeah, I guess.
You have the knife in your hand, and you have it in the fist, right? States 87. And you stab Ryan Hines in his chest and puncture his lung, correct?
Yes.
Like this, right?
I wasn't aiming or anything.
And you stab him in the side. States 89, right? That's not a swipe. Would you agree? That's a stab wound, right?
I was flailing my arm around.
That was a stab wound, right?
I was flailing my arm around.
So you're indicating that this is a swipe?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
States 91. You were flailing your arms. He stabbed it again in the left side, correct?
Yeah.
So he stabbed 3 times, right?
Yes.
States 54, Faison Teal. You remember seeing him there that night, right?
I think so.
And you stabbed him, State 70, once in the upper extremity, in his left arm, right?
Yes.
While you were flailing your arms.
Yes.
That's about an inch or so, right? And at some point, they let you go, right?
Oh.
And when they let you go, At that point, Tommy Connery comes over, right? Because Ryan Hines is now out of it because you just stabbed him 3 times, right?
They never let go of
And
anybody.
Tommy Connery comes over. Remember Tommy Connery? States 55? That's Tommy Connery, right?
Yeah.
And you're down on the ground, right? You're bent over, right? No, you're not bent over.
I was on the ground.
You're on the ground. And you go after Tommy Connery, States 77, and you stab him 4 times in his leg, correct?
I didn't go after anybody.
And at some point in time, you're chased out into the street, right?
Yeah.
And you fall down. You said, according to your direct testimony, is you fall and you skin your hands on the ground.
That was after.
That was after. That was the second time, not the first time. But at some point in time, you go out into the street, right? And we see that in the video, correct?
I got thrown like towards the car.
Right. And you run back to the car, right?
Yes.
And you run back to the car, and you go to get in the car, right?
No
one chased you to the car, correct?
Yes, they did.
They did. Okay, let's play. The lightning bird. Play the slow.
Is this Exhibit 60?
This is Exhibit 60. I need
Yes, sir!
Stop it. Who's this person right here running back to the car? Who's chasing them?
If you back it up a little bit, you see all those people, right?
No, they stopped. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Right here, right? These kids right here?
Yeah.
They're chasing you? They stopped. Right?
I didn't look backwards.
But they stopped, right? The video shows that they're stopped here at this point, right? They're not chasing you up to the car, right?
The camera turns.
Play it again. Just keep playing. That's you, right?
Yes.
And you're at the car by yourself? Stop it. Do you see any kids coming now from your left side if they're chasing you?
I didn't look that way.
But in the video, they're not chasing you, right?
I didn't look that way.
My question to you is, in the video, they're not chasing you to the car, right?
No?
No. They play it. Stop. Now, at this point, the kids are retreating back onto the property, right?
I was just looking for Tyler.
So the answer to my question is you didn't see where the kids were retreating back to that, right?
I just looked for Tyler.
But they didn't come after you at the car, right?
I just looked for Tyler. I don't know.
I would move to strike as non-responsive.
Court will strike the witness's last response.
You indicated on direct examination that you were thrown into the car. You remember testifying to that?
Yeah, I was pushed towards the car.
But the video doesn't show you being thrown into the car, does it?
I guess not.
Now, at some point in time, you say you saw Tyler back on the lawn, right?
Yeah.
You still had the knife on you at that point, right? The knife was still out in your hand, right? And you come back into the fight, right?
Yeah.
Now, Tyler's being pushed into the street at this point, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there are no Shelton kids to the right of you, right? There's a car. We can see a car right there, right?
And there's kids like right
There's
in
kids in front of you. But there's no kids right to the right of you. There's a car. You can see the car. If there were, we wouldn't be able to see the car, right?
That's the street.
Right. There's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a kid in front of you.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of kids right
Right. There's a whole bunch of kids over here we can't see. But there's nobody to the right of you, right?
there. There's a kid right next to him.
There's a kid here. But I'm saying, is this you right here?
Yes,
Right. To the right of you, do you see a kid or a car?
that's the street.
That's the street, and there's a car there, right?
Yeah,
So there's nobody to the right of you, right? There's a car.
there's nobody in the street.
And there's nobody to the left of you other than Tyler De Silva, right?
Yeah,
So when you're going back in, there's just a wall like this, right?
it's like this.
Right. But you're not surrounded at that point, right?
At that point, no.
No. But you go back in, and Tyler's already pushed out into the street, right?
The video, I'm on my way back as he's.
But Tyler is no longer engaged in the fight, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that. So you just blacked out and ran right back into the fold. That's your testimony today?
Being on the yard, and it was just like a show horse of people.
A shoe horse, but not a circle. You were not encircled, right?
Like, was there anybody behind me?
Right. There's nobody behind you.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Right. So you could have, if you chose to, which you did not, you could have left. You could have retreated, right?
No.
So you could not have left because there were people around you?
Yes.
So you just said that there was a semicircle of people on the yard. Now you're saying that you were surrounded.
It was like this.
So semicircle, right?
Yeah.
Not a circle. A circle goes like this, right?
Yeah, I wasn't going to turn my back to that many people.
You weren't going to. I'd move to strike as non-responsive, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow the Boston to stand.
You indicated when you made it back to the car, you were still terrified, right?
Yeah.
You were still scared. You came back in anyway, right? With the knife. Right? And you ran over to the edge of the grass, right? And you passed Tyler, right?
Yes.
He passed you on your left, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you saw Matt Lakovich,
Yes.
but you also indicated on direct you couldn't see who hit you. You said you were hit.
Yes.
You remember saying that? You couldn't see who hit you,
I remember getting hit.
but you don't know who hit you.
I don't think so, no.
Do you recall subsequent during your direct examination, you said Matt Lakovich hit me?
I said it could have been him.
Could have been, but you don't know who hit you. And when you were running back into the fight, you had the knife out, right?
Yes.
And people that were in front of you were defending themselves from you, weren't they?
Oh, they kept coming at me.
They kept coming at you while you had a knife out, approaching them.
I was standing still right there.
You heard Charlie Connery yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," right?
And I just heard screaming. I couldn't.
At the time, you don't recall hearing that during the incident, right? But on the video, you hear him yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," right? And you're saying that people engaged you while you had a knife at this point in time?
Nobody backed up.
Nobody backed up, but nobody attacked you.
They were stepping forward, and somebody ended up hitting me.
And you couldn't see who hit you.
No.
And you couldn't see if anybody had a weapon on them at that point, right? And at some point, you indicate that you turned around, well, let's run. At some point in time, you turned, right, to run back to the car, right?
Yeah.
But when you're turning to run back to the car, you see Jimmy McGrath and you stabbed him in the chest, correct?
No. I would never do
Have you
that.
seen the autopsy photos, sir?
Yes.
Did you see where his injuries happened?
Yes.
In his upper left chest?
Yes.
Are you saying you did not stab Jimmy McGrath in the heart?
I didn't land
Move to strike is non-responsive.
Oral strike, everything after. I'm not sure we got a response, so I will strike the response.
Isn't it true? You just testified that I didn't want to turn my back on these people, right?
Yes.
But you turned your back on these people when you were trying to get out of there, right?
I was facing backwards.
You were facing backwards, so you're facing the group. And are you backing up like this?
No, I was standing there.
Right. You're not backing up, right?
I got hit.
Right. You're not backing up. And as a matter of fact, this is Jimmy McGrath on the left here, right?
Yes.
And he doesn't have a weapon on him, does he? And he's not engaging you, is he?
Stepping forward.
He's stepping forward,
They all stepped forward.
but he doesn't have a weapon on him, does he?
Not that I saw, no.
And it would be unfair for somebody who doesn't have a weapon to be stabbed by somebody who does, right?
I didn't try to stab anybody.
But you stabbed him, didn't you?
Yes.
You turned around and stabbed Jimmy McGrath in his chest.
No.
So you didn't stab him?
I didn't see it happen. I didn't feel me stab. I didn't go up to him and stab him.
Are you saying it was somebody else that stabbed Jimmy McGrath?
I was the only one with a knife.
Correct. You were the only one with the knife. And you turned around and you stabbed Jimmy McGrath in the chest, and then you left, right?
No.
Yes. It's 4 minutes to 1.
Stop here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we are going to move into 4 months break, and we'll come back and stay to finish its cross-examination, and then we'll see if there's any redirect. Okay. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Please, again, remember the rules of fair conduct. It stands in lunch recess until 2 p.m.
All right.
Court's back in session. The Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Judge.
You may be seated. Thank you. At this time, I would direct the defendant, Mr. Valle, to please retake the witness stand. I'll just remind you that you do remain under the obligations of the oath that you took when you entered the witness stand. Thank you. And then adjourn. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The jury counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
I will direct the state to continue this cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Lito, after you stabbed Jimmy McGrath on May 14th of 2022, you indicated on direct examination you dove towards the car. You remember that?
Yes.
And then you indicated you got into the front passenger seat of the car, right?
Yes.
And when you got in the front passenger seat of the car at that moment, Tyler DeSilva wasn't in the car at that moment, was he?
No.
Tyler got in a few moments after you, right?
Yes.
And before Tyler DeSilva gets in the car, you tell Jack, oh my fucking God, I just stabbed 4 kids, correct?
No. When I first got into the car, he tried to drive off, and I said, wait.
So you don't admit to Jack that you stabbed 4 kids.
No.
But you would agree with me that, in hindsight, you did stab 4 kids, right?
I didn't know who I stabbed or where I stabbed him or when.
I'm going to ask a very simple question that requires a yes or no answer. You would agree, in hindsight, that you stabbed 4 kids, correct?
I don't know who got stabbed or where they got stabbed.
As you sit here today, you would agree that you stabbed 4 kids, correct?
Yes.
So at some point, Tyler gets in the car, right?
Yes.
And the car is facing, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. States 1. The car is facing Adams Drive, correct?
Yeah.
And you get in the car and Jack drives straight, correct?
Yes.
And he takes a left down Adams Drive, right?
I'm not sure.
So you were not paying attention as to where you were driving? But at some point in time, very shortly after you getting in the car stops in a cul-de-sac, right?
I don't know where it stopped.
And you get out of the car with the knife and throw it into the woods, correct?
No.
So your testimony today is that you get out of the car, you tell Jack to stop, right?
Yes.
You get out of the car, right?
Yes.
And at that moment, the one thing you were concerned about was looking at your ribs. That was your testimony on direct?
Yeah, I had a very sharp pain on my rib.
You weren't concerned with the fact that you just stabbed 4 kids at that point, right?
I didn't know who got stabbed or where they got
But you
stabbed.
recall stabbing some kids at the party, right?
I was just flailing my arm around.
So you had no idea you stabbed anybody at the house?
No.
You were just flailing back and forth like this, swiping motions.
Everything.
When you got in Jack's car, you didn't call the police at that point, did you?
No.
In fact, after you drove, when you first got to 43 Laurel Glen and you drove down the street, you didn't call the police at that point, right?
No.
And you didn't call the police when you got out of the car down the street at the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, correct?
No.
And
you didn't call the police just slightly before you went back to 43 Laurel Glen, right?
No.
So at some point you get back in the car after checking your ribs, right? You determined you were okay. There was nothing was going on. You used the light from inside of the car, right? That's your testimony?
Yes.
You get back in the car and you drive back to where Will, Mackenzie, Dimitri, and Keenan were, right?
There was nobody like.
There was nobody there?
No, they were in the car.
So Mackenzie's sister was already there.
Yes.
So my point is you drove back to the area where those kids were, your friends, right? And your girlfriend.
Yes.
And at that point, you say to Jack and Tyler, stop the car, right?
Yes.
And you say, I love you guys, I'm going with Kenzie, right?
I don't remember if I said anything. I just remember going and getting in.
And you get out of the car,
Yes.
and they take off. Tyler gets in the front seat. Do you recall Tyler getting in the front seat? They take off, right? You remember seeing them take off?
No.
You don't remember, you just remember you getting in the car and that's it?
And then we drove off, yeah.
Okay. Now you were in Mackenzie's car and you were listening to music.
Yeah.
It was a quiet ride, right? Outside of the music. There was no talking, right?
Keenan talked to me.
Keenan was talking. And when you got into Mackenzie's sister's car, you didn't call the police at that point, right?
No.
Because you were shocked, right? You were shocked at that point?
Still panic and everything.
Panic? And you indicated that you didn't realize you stabbed anybody, but you were still in a panic?
Yeah.
And you indicated that you dropped off Keenan and Dimitri, right?
Yeah.
Mackenzie was still upset. She didn't want to talk to you.
Yes.
And in fact, when they dropped you off in Milford, you asked to talk to Mackenzie, right?
Yes.
And she would not talk to you, right?
Yes.
And you got inside your house,
Yes.
and you got inside your house after midnight, right?
I don't remember the time.
It was late, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree that the video from 36 Laurel Glen has 11:40 when you initially go down the street and about 11:53 when you're taking off and leaving the area for good? Do you recall that?
I'm not sure what time it was.
But it was late, right?
Yeah.
And your mother's packing for Florida.
Yeah.
And your brother's packing for Florida
Yes.
because you had an early flight. And you weren't going at that point, right?
They,
Just prior to coming home, you were not going to Florida?
yes.
Right. But when you got home, you decided you were going to Florida at that point, right?
When my mom had asked me, yes.
And you had told your mother what had happened, right?
Bits and pieces.
And at that point in time, you didn't call the police?
No.
You didn't tell them your side of the story, right?
Even after, the police never asked me anything.
All right, I'd move to the strike as non-responsive, Your Honor.
I will strike the witness's testimony following the response of no, ladies and gentlemen.
So you didn't call the police that night, right?
No.
As a matter of fact, while Mackenzie is driving home, she engages in a text message with you, right?
Yes.
States 97. Around 12:26 a.m., right? This is when the text messages are going on? You're already home at this point, right?
Yes.
She's driving home at this point, right?
I have no idea.
You texted with each other shortly after her dropping you off, correct?
I don't remember when. I just know I texted with her.
Within how long?
How long what?
How long were you home before you started texting?
I don't know.
You don't recall? But in any event, you talk to your girlfriend, and you tell her, I didn't do anything, I wasn't there, stop texting. You know that was a lie, right?
Yeah, I was just panicking. I didn't know what to say.
State's 98. Again, I wasn't there. That was a lie, right? Because you were there, right?
Yeah.
State's 99. Don't text me, I'm going to Florida, right?
Yeah.
So at that moment in time, what you thought was important was to go to Florida instead of calling the police, right?
I didn't know what to think.
My question to you is, at that point in time, you decided to go to Florida instead of calling the police, right?
I don't know what I was.
Did you call the police in this moment? No, right? So at that point in time, you said, I'm going to Florida, right? You told Mackenzie that, right?
I texted her, yes.
You didn't say, I'm calling the police, right?
No.
Because you told her you weren't there, right?
I was just freaking out. I didn't really know what to say.
State's 100. I can't text anything, I wasn't there. You can't text anything because, why? Because you're afraid of making an admission?
No.
And again, you're saying I wasn't there. That's 3 times you're telling your girlfriend who was with you at the scene that you weren't there, right?
Yes.
So you go to Florida early the next day with your mother and your brother, right?
Yes.
And you were going to Florida to see your other brother, right?
Yes.
And what was your other brother doing in Florida?
Living
Living? Where was he living?
in Stuart, Florida.
Stewart? And you were down there for a day?
I don't remember how long I was down there.
Do you remember flying home with your mother on Monday night, the 16th of May?
I remember flying home. I don't remember exactly what day it was.
You indicated on direct examination that you found out the severity of what had happened when you were in Florida, right?
Yes.
Now, who did you find that out through?
I can't remember exactly, but one of my friends had texted me.
One of your friends had texted you. And when you found out the severity of what had happened while you were in Florida, you didn't call the police at that point either, did you?
No.
Do you recall the day that you flew home?
No.
Would looking at a document help to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Do you remember to refresh as to when you came home?
Yeah.
When did you come home?
Showed me that at like 7 or 10 p.m.
10 p.m. on the 16th, right? And at some point in time on the 16th, were you aware that there was a warrant for your arrest?
I think at that time, no.
No? And you indicated that the next day you slept late? Were you sleeping to the afternoon?
Yeah. No, I
And
was sleeping, like,
you were sleeping. And at some point you found out that there was a warrant for your arrest, right? But you didn't turn yourself in when you woke up, right?
Yes, I got in the car with my dad and instantly.
Isn't it true you didn't turn yourself in until 4 in the morning on Wednesday, the 18th?
Yeah, it was around that time.
So it wasn't the next day after you got home from Florida, right?
I don't remember when it was.
At some point in time after the incident on May 14th of 2022, Tyler De Silva texts you, or calls you on the phone, rather. Do you remember that?
He never called me.
And you had a conversation with him, right?
He never called me.
And you told him you fucked up, right?
He never called me. I called him and he never answered.
So on the 18th of May, when you turn yourself in, The police took pictures of you that counsel went through with you, right? And this is a picture, states 34, that's a picture of the front right side of your face, right?
Yes.
No blood, no serious contusions like Ryan Hines, right?
This was days after.
Days after, so you're a quick healer?
Yes. Right. The pictures of Ryan Hines were the same day, I think.
States 35. No serious contusions on your face, right? No serious black and blues, right?
No, this is
Right? This was 3 days later, right?
I don't know how many days.
States 36. Got a little bit of the black and blue on your left eye there, right? But nothing huge, right? Right?
Objection, Your Honor. These speak for themselves. He's asking him to give an opinion on medical injury.
Right? You don't have a serious black and blue on your eye, right?
Guess not.
States 37. The rear of your head. Can't really see any serious contusions on the back of your head in this picture, right? 4 days later.
I see one.
You see one? Where do you see it?
On the left side.
On the left side, right. So we have states 38. We can show that right here. Again, not really that area there. 4 days later. Doesn't really look like the black and blues that Tommy Connery had a month later, right? Doesn't really look like the black and blues that Ryan Hines had on the side of his body.
Objection, Your Honor.
Right?
Asking him to make a comparison between somebody else's injuries and what are in these photos. It's improper.
And you have a scratch mark, states 40, right? It's a little scratch mark on your right arm.
Yes.
States 42, no real marks on your hands, right?
No.
States 43. Again, no marks on your hands, right? So just to confirm, on May 14th of 2022, you were the only one with a knife at Tyler Rich's house, correct?
No idea.
Did somebody else have a knife at Tyler Rich's house?
Not that I know of.
You didn't see anybody else with a weapon that night, right?
I didn't look for any weapons.
You didn't see any, did you?
I didn't look.
You didn't see any, did you?
No, I didn't look.
There were 4 people that were stabbed that night, right?
Yes.
And those 4 people had 9 stab wounds, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you're the one responsible for that, correct?
At the time, I didn't know who got stabbed or where they got stabbed or when they got stabbed.
You're the one who was responsible for those stab wounds, correct?
I don't know. I guess so, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Valle, do you remember Mr. Durso asking you about having an interaction with some of the Shelton High kids at the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
Yes.
And we saw a video of a vehicle coming by, and you testified that that's when Mr. Snyder gave you the knife?
They tossed it to me, yes.
And then you saw some of those Shelton High kids come up and approach you, right?
Yes.
And you had the knife then, right?
Yes.
And you got sprayed in the face with WD-40?
Yes.
Why didn't you use the knife then?
I wasn't in fear of my life. I had no reason to use it.
You went back down to 43 Laurel Glen Drive in Jack Snyder's car, right?
Yes.
You had the knife that Jack Snyder had given you at that point, right?
Yes.
You used it then?
No.
You used it when you got down there and you're confronted with those kids and you're on the ground as you've described for us here?
Yes.
Why?
Felt like the only thing that was gonna save me.
Nothing further.
Mr. Valle, you had the knife when you were down at the corner of Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen, right?
Yes.
And you willingly got back into Jack's car, right?
Yes.
And you went back to Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
And you willingly got out of the car at Tyler Rich's house, correct?
To make peace.
You got out of Tyler Rich's car with the knife, correct?
Yes.
And you walked onto the property at that point, correct?
Yes.
You had no right to be there, correct?
I don't know.
You didn't have an invitation to be on the property, correct?
When we first arrived, it's not like they came and threw us out or anything.
Well, you told us before, sir, that you were scared and panicked for your life when the kids were rocking and throwing things at the car, right?
Yes.
You didn't want to be there in that situation, right?
Yes.
But you went back with a knife to Tyler Rich's house, the very same house that you were in the car, and with things being thrown at where you were panicked and scared, right?
The knife was already in my pocket.
Right.
Yes.
But you went back to that house where you said you were panicked and scared in the car minutes before when they were rocking and throwing things at the car, correct? And you got out of that car with the knife to go confront those kids, right?
I didn't go and confront them because I...
But you got out of the car with the knife, right? And you walked on the property.
Yes.
No further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Please don't see stuff as a one-time. Does the defense intend to call any additional witnesses?
The defense does not, Your Honor. The defense would rest.
The state intends to please
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Your Honor, state has no further witnesses. State rests.
All right. So no rebuttal.
Your Honor, at some point may the jury be excused for legal arguments.
Certainly. All right. At this point in time, I am actually going to actually send the jury. Do you want me to send the jury home at this point? Or?
That's fine.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so the court is going to release the jury for today, okay? So I just want to remind you that we are at the part of the trial where you have heard all of the evidence that you're going to hear in this case. However, you've not yet heard closing arguments, you've not yet heard the instructions regarding the law that you're to apply to the facts you find in this case. As such, as in my prior instruction to you on your oath, you're not at a point where you can discuss this case with anyone, including each other. So you're not at that point yet, despite the fact that you've heard all the evidence. So it may seem natural that you are at the phase where you can talk about this with your fellow jurors, but you cannot, all right? So you need to continue to abide by that instruction until such time that I tell you that you are able to go ahead and conduct your deliberations. So we are going to adjourn with respect to the jury right now for the day. You are able to leave. Again, we will not be having court on this matter tomorrow, and next to you on July 3rd, at which time I would anticipate closing arguments and the instructions, and then thereafter deliberations by you, the jury. Okay, so please, again, remember not to discuss the case with anyone. Do not take in any information about this case. Try to avoid the media as best as you can. There is a lot of media attention on this case that includes social media and news coverage. So if you can please avoid those, or would much appreciate it, so that we don't have to deal with any conflicts when you come back. Also, again, there have been locations that have been discussed. Do not do any drive-bys. Do not look up any locations via any other type of mapping device. And last but not least, please do not conduct your own independent research more investigation into this case because you are going to be instructed to decide this case based solely on the evidence presented here in this courtroom. With that, have a good afternoon, have a good day tomorrow, and we will see you back on Thursday. Thank you so much for your continued attention. Attorney Smith, you wanted to present legal argument.
Yes, Your Honor. At this point, we would move for a motion of judgment of acquittal under Practice Book 42-42. The state's evidence has closed. We made our motion at that time. We've now heard from Mr. Valle, and I would renew my motion, and I would direct the court to the cases of State versus Carpenter, 214 Con 77. It's a 1992 case, and State versus Thomas, 210 Con 199, a 1989 case. And the standard here is well known to the court. This is to be viewed in the light most favorable to the state. But even when viewing that light, viewed in that light, this evidence is insufficient for this jury or any jury to find beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Valle had the specific intent to murder anyone, that Mr. Valle had the specific intent to assault Tommy Connery or to assault Ryan Hines, and more so even with regard to Mr. Faison Teal, which is the assault in the second-degree charge. The evidence as to Mr. Teal, candidly, is we heard the least about it. We really don't have any indication of what the mechanism was. Mr. Teal couldn't be sure how he got cut or what exactly it was that cut him. And we haven't heard any evidence of anybody viewing that happening. And so it has to be simply an inference that a juror would draw that in the course of this brawl and this chaotic scene, that somehow Mr. Valle cut Mr. Teal. I would submit that that is an inference that is unreasonable to draw on this evidence that we have before us. Specific intent is not simply general intent. So the fact that Mr. Valle has testified here that he was flailing around with the knife trying to defend himself is not sufficient to show the specific intent to stab Tommy Connery, the specific intent to stab Faison Teal, or the specific intent to stab Ryan Hines, or the specific intent to stab Jimmy McGrath. As to the other elements, candidly, we have conceded those elements by raising a self-defense claim. That doesn't, however, mean that the state prevails, even when you view this evidence in the light most favorable to the state. That they have shown beyond a reasonable doubt for these fact finders that Mr. Valle possessed the specific intent to murder or to assault any of the injured in this case. Consequences are tragic, but it simply doesn't tip the scales any further and allow this jury or any other jury to find, again, that the state has proven specific intent. The evidence there is equivocal at best, but in no way does it reach that highest standard and overcome it. We would ask the court to grant the motion for judgment of acquittal as to all the charges.
Attorney Joseph.
Your Honor, thank you. I would just first start by saying the defendant has testified and is now subject to the same credibility instruction that every other witness is subject to when you charge the jury. The jury is free to believe all, some, or none of the defendant's testimony, and that's up to the jury. I would submit that there are
a lot of inconsistencies in the defendant's testimony, and I would submit that the defendant was caught in a lie multiple times in his testimony, and I would submit that that would have an impact on this jury. With regards to the defendant's specific intent, should the jury believe that the defendant went back there with a knife, his intent was purposeful, and that he took that knife out of his right pocket, opened it up, and started stabbing the people that were before him. There was evidence that Faison Teal, Ryan Hines, and Tommy Connery were in the vicinity of where Mr. Valle was. He stabbed Ryan Hines and Faison Teal first. They were stab wounds, not slashes. So the jury can infer from the circumstantial evidence from Faison Teal that his wound was a stab wound, purposeful, not slash. There was some testimony from doctors with regards to that. The jury could also view Mr. Hines' evidence that he was stabbed purposefully this way, not a slash wound or flailing around. The jury can infer the defendant's intent from that. With regards to Tommy Connery, there was evidence that the defendant was down almost on one knee, that he purposefully went at Tommy Connery and stabbed him 4 times in the leg. And with regards to Jimmy, after he came back from the car, when Mr. De Silva was no longer in harm's way, he turned right at Jimmy and purposefully went at him and stabbed him in the heart. Didn't slash him, stabbed him. I would submit that the jury's going to get an instruction that intent can be formed in an instant. And they could also infer from the circumstantial evidence, should they not believe the defendant's testimony, that the number of wounds inflicted, the area of the bodies where the wounds were inflicted, all points to the specific intent of the defendant on May 14th of 2022. So I think when you view all the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, Your Honor, I think the defendant's argument fails, and I would ask you to deny it at this point.
So this motion being made at the close of evidence in accordance with our rules of practice, the court is going to take the motion under consideration and defer a decision until the jury returns its verdict. So again, there won't be any court proceedings tomorrow on this particular matter, and we will see everyone back on Thursday, July 3rd. I would instruct counsel, please, at some point, just to touch base with me for an informal charging conference. I intend to be on the record on July 3rd. In the morning, we'll start with the formal charging conference on the record, at which point in time thereafter we'll move to closing arguments, and then the court will charge the jury. Okay.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court stands adjourned.
All rise. Court is adjourned.